Then who can I call when the masses make noise? What can I use to separate that silence? How to induce complacent apathy? How to reduce the resistance modelings? How can I call when the masses make noise? What can I use to suppress that silence? How to induce complacent apathy? How to reduce the resistance modelings? Hey! You want a drink? Give me a wink. Don't puke in the sink. I gave you something that's powerful, something dirty and magical, something fluffy and tropical. I show you something called flamingo. Leave it. Hey! You want a drink? Give me a wink. It brings you back from the brink. A force now and make it powerful. A dawn and devil make it magical. You'll be totally irresistible. It's something crazy called flamingo. Leave it. Do you need a drink? Something very big. Come on everyone, let's drink. Something very, very cold and nice and pink. It's just that DOA. Let's see a cold flamingo. Leave it. Come on everyone, let's drink. Something very, very cold and nice and pink. It's just that DOA. Let's see a cold flamingo. Leave it. Hey! You want a drink? Give me a wink. It's much more than you think. I gave you something that's powerful, something dirty and magical, something tasty and tropical. I gave you poison or flamingo. Leave it. Do you need a drink? Something very big. Come on everyone, let's drink. Something very, very cold and
blame the scapegoat. Make them hate the scapegoat.
I've started on a reverse the odds of all contempt. Make them judge crime to pay the rent. Demonize their actions in the public space of course. It might have been your fault, but who is I for that remorse? Every endpoint when you designate the blame. Eliminate the people who can spot the game. Preferably it's just to amplify confusion. But if no evil circulates, start the intrusion.
Hey, you, I wanna rule the country. Only I can take away the shit I've created and inflated. Never mean to keep you entertained and sated. Hey, you, I wanna rule the country. Only I can take away the shit I've created and inflated. Never mean to keep you entertained and sated.
Sometimes the country is resistant. Maybe people have acquired some knowledge. Maybe they will unify behind a contestant. That is when you choose a dictatorial persistence. Never make it relevant, a lot of discomfort. Break a lot of fingers, pulverize the spine. You're not for real lives, let's kill around billions. On the broken critics, it's all the things that doubt.
Sometimes they come with peace offerings and lofty talks about democratic prosperity and happiness for all, but I say,
Fuck the cunt.
then they try to sneak in rebellious information and funding for rioters, but I say,
Hey, you, I wanna rule the country. Only I can take away the shit I've created and inflated. Never mean to keep you entertained and sated. Hey, you, I wanna rule the country. Only I can take away the shit I've created and inflated. Never mean to keep you entertained and sated.
Hello and welcome to the Maze of Thoughts podcast. This is the co-host Trey50Daniel here with EldritchsPIG.
Why do you
How's
say
it going?
co-host, man? Like, you're not a co-host, you're a host.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm just trying to be witty with it, but
Yeah, well,
it is what it is. Yeah. So, anyways, Fig, how's it been? So, it seems like it's been hot. Apparently, like
I mean, it has been hot as shit, man. I can't fucking stand
it. You've been sweating like a actual pig.
Yep. I feel like that fucking guy from Indiana Jones movie. You know what I'm saying? Like the guy that fucking has his face melting off. I feel like that.
Like the exposes the skull.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Either Indiana Jones or like fucking the Terminator 2 movie when they go to the doctor's...
When he goes down to the lava.
No, when they go to the doctor's house, and like there's like a whole fucking like, I think it's Sarah Connor or whatever. She has like what do you say? Like a flashback or what? It's not a flashback because it's not something that happened, but she has like fucking dream or whatever, where there's like this nuclear or radioactive wave or whatever that takes over the whole place, and like there's a person that's holding on to a fence, and the like this wave basically takes, like, literally just destroys their whole flash, and the only thing you see on the fucking picture is like they're just holding on to the fence as a skeleton. Which, I mean, once you realize that it's all like a movie and shit, you're like, oh, that's funny. But when I was a kid and I watched that shit for the first time, I was like fucking scared because I didn't understand that was a movie. But yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. How do you feel, man?
A little bit milder here. It's been, we've just had freaking rain all the time lately, and massive thunderstorm. Like I thought we were gonna have lightning actually strike the house the other night. It literally looked like it went right across the yard here. It's weird.
Oh, you got
But
thunderstorms over there?
yeah, thunderstorms all the time. There's like light. Sometimes you could almost see lightning like right, almost right here in front of you. Kind of like it gets pretty close sometimes.
Black, why do you have lightning or lightning in like almost mid-July? Is that normal?
Yeah, we get summer storms. Like they're the like usually when it gets really hot, like it gets especially here around like a lake in like a river area, it gets really hot, it dries up some of the water, and then it goes through the cycle of then like having a huge thunderstorm like a few days after or a week after too or something like that. Yeah, like
Mm.
what Crimson's saying. It's kind of like a heat lightning. But we get rain sometimes too because of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we also get lightning during like fucking summer, but it's not common. Which, thank fucking goodness, because with this fucking heat, fucking lightning strike to the woods is literally like fucking deadly.
Scorch everything. Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Yeah, no, it's every year for us because we get like spring showers, like spring rain, and then you'll have like the summer rain and thunderstorms like all the time, like every couple weeks, usually every 2 weeks. But then we've had it where either it's a really like a drought and it'll just be like you said, just like a desert hot here, and no rain, no water or anything. And then we've also had it where it'll just be raining all the time. So it's like it's not hot, but it's always raining. So it goes back and forth like in a cycle every couple of years.
Man's not hot.
Man's not hot.
I'm saying.
Nope.
Yeah,
so
dude,
if we want to actually talk about something interesting, here's the first thing that I wanted to kind of like see what your thoughts were on this. Apparently, so I don't know if you heard about this the other night, or I think it was actually just last night. The former prime minister of Japan was assassinated. So he's been retired, but he got assassinated. Apparently, a guy used like a pipe gun, and like Japan has like strict laws against guns. Like no, you can't have any guns. So somehow he made like a pipe gun there, and he shot them.
Right. I mean, it's not like it's.
But the funny part about this.
Yeah, keep going.
But the funny part about this was that Hideo Kojima was identified as his assassin somehow. Somebody spread this on like 4chan and stuff, and they actually got media outlets to say, "Hey, this is what the shooter looks like."
Oh shit! So it was basically a troll that actually got the fucking attention of like national media outlets. I mean, I'm not surprised, man. It's what 4chan does, bro. Like,
yeah, it was like a, it was like 4chaners and like Redditors and stuff like that. They were posting this troll of like, okay, let's say it's let's say it's Hideo Kojima and like post the pictures. Here's what the shooter looks like, and they posted tweets and stuff like that. And they just happened to get like the big Japanese media
Have you
outlets to
have you
to
seen
post that.
have you seen the video which is like about the whole like bored ape bullshit? How they're all like a bunch of fucking Nazis from 4chan.
I've seen some people talk about them on like talk about them like say hey like bored apes are racist or something like that, but I haven't
Yeah.
seen like an
I
actual video.
I honestly would suggest like you watch the video because like I mean I'm not going to be like super blindly watch like super blindly believing the whole video, but like it makes a whole lot of sense. You know what I mean? Because the 4chan people like whatever the fuck, like if you're a 4chan or whatever the fuck, like I'm sorry, but you're kind of a degenerate. Like I'm sorry, you're a degenerate.
Yeah.
You are like and it's okay. It's okay to be degenerate. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But you are a degenerate like at the end of the day, and like the same thing they did with Taylor Swift or whatever the fuck it was, where they
Oh, the contest.
they basically like completely sort of
The biggest
sabotaged
Taylor Swift.
the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they got the biggest Taylor Swift fan, and he was like this weird dude, but he was like a Taylor Swift super fan or
Yeah,
whatever.
no, he was.
And they-
I think he was legitimately, like, literally the biggest Taylor Swift fan because everyone else was like a fucking 15-year-old or some shit, or even under that
Yeah.
shit. He was literally the biggest fucking Taylor Swift fan. I mean, it's funny, right? It's funny, but the thing is, like, when you give these people like too much power across the media, it's going to bite your ass. It's going to bite you in the ass. So I think I mean, I don't know if this is going to bite them in the ass. These people are just going to like people who know shit. They're going to see this as like a troll. People who don't know shit, like NPCs and idiots, like naive people, they're going to see this as like, oh my God, how can it be? But they're going to be like over it within like
but they're
2 minutes, probably.
What they're trying to say though now is like that it was a racist joke. That's what they go with now. Like so, anytime that it's wrong, they immediately say like it's racist. Even the like OK hand symbol being like white power kind of thing, that was all a joke, and then they took it as like oh it's actually racist because people in 4chan made the joke. Essentially, anything that 4chan does gets linked back to being racist, even though they're just a bunch of retards just
I
spurting
mean,
out. That's
is
pretty
it
much.
not racist though? I mean, like again, man, like again, I don't want to be
No,
like the guy
them
that just
saying
goes all in with like the video that just shits on them because of the whole bored ape shit. But like, it really makes a lot of fucking sense, man. And it's just like there's way too many coincidences. You know what I'm saying? Like just
well, I think
way too many.
the board eight thing could be depending on how they like.
And
I
you know
don't know
what?
enough
You know
about
what?
it.
You know what fucks me up the most is that fucking Eminem
Yeah.
and Snoop Dogg are fucking dancing over and like fucking making video clips, with the full fucking bored ape shit. Because I listened to the song, I listened to the
Yeah.
latest song. The song is actually good. I like it,
Yeah,
but
it actually is.
the fucking clip, nah, man.
Oh, it's
I can't.
awful. Yeah, the video's
Yeah, I
terrible.
can't
But
stand that
the
shit,
song is.
man.
I like the song though.
Yeah,
For
it's
sure.
good. It's good, but like, fuck the video, man. Holy shit.
Yeah. They're what it is they're trying to like be cool with like Zoomers, and Zoomers like this kind of stuff, and they don't get it. But I see, so I could see where the board ape thing could be potentially like racist because like if you look at the way that they're doing them, like they're doing like monkeys per like personified. Like if it was just a monkey looking character or whatever, that would be different. But they've like made a person into a monkey, and you could kind of like make some assumptions
Oh,
if you
bro,
wanted to.
there's so much beyond. Like, it's not just that. There's so much more. Like the whole
Oh, is it
logo.
like a
Yeah, there's the whole logo of like the whole Bored Apes, fucking yacht club, the initials of the fucking thing, the fact that like the bitch that went on a fucking Vice interview or some shit, like she's also like in on it. But it's all corporate. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all corporate. It's all for fucking shits and giggles. And these are all just nerds trying to make money, or not money. They're just trying to portray their stories. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just trying to portray their story. They're not fucking nerds who've been using Fortune for years, who actually know what the fuck they're doing. You know, no, they're just nerds trying to portray their stories using a technology to fucking like replicate through AI a bunch of fucking pictures and shit. Which I honestly didn't even fucking know that there was actually like artists involved behind this shit, which is kind of like, you know, surprising that anyone has. I mean, to an extent, it is surprising, but it also is not surprising because, you know, starving artists nowadays. But it's so sad. It's so fucking sad. Like, I mean, it's sad. It is also not sad. It's sad because this is something that a lot of people believed in and a lot of people invested money into. And it's not sad because these dipshits just need to fucking fail and move on to another fucking scam or some shit, you know?
See, when I first saw the Bored Ape thing, I always thought like it was there. You know, I don't know if you noticed about the sort of people were calling things like ape. Like if you ape,
You mean like
they were calling people.
calling ape black, like black people apes and shit?
No, no, no. That is a term, but they were that's what I thought that like you know what you were trying to get at is how the bored apes were like racist or whatever. But
Yeah.
what the bored ape thing when it first came out, there was people were saying like they were calling themselves everybody like you know it doesn't matter like black white whatever they were calling themselves apes because they were trying to essentially rise up against like the corrupt financial system, like going against like big hedge funds in like stocks and stuff like that. And
Mm-hmm.
that's what I thought it was referencing. I thought it was just NFTs of like, hey, these are you know like pictures of people who are you know the members of the apes. Like we're just regular people trying to rise up against like the financial system. That's kind of what it was.
I think most people
To
thought the same
that I
thing,
thought
you
initially.
know? Like I don't think the majority of people were like considering racist shit. You know, I think it only comes clear when you just do research and you like find out about, because like the video that I'm talking about, like they actually did research upon like the background of the motherfuckers responsible for the ape bullshit. So not just like coming up with a story or just coming up with design, but in general, like what they did before the whole crypto and NFT shit like blew up. And there's a lot of racist connotations and there's a lot of like fucking really weird shit with involving like fucking Mein Kampf and all that kind of shit, man. It's fucking it's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's just odd to me that they would. I guess it's an easy win for them because then they can kind of talk about
Oh yeah,
the way that like you know
it's
oh yeah it's just representing you apes you know like and stuff like that and they can kind of hand wash it I guess
no, it's
if they
definitely a
actually have
win.
those intentions.
It's definitely a win for them because they're laughing their asses off, making a fuck ton of
To the
money.
bank.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, dude. They're fucking like they're just laughing their asses off, going like, "Look at these fucking cheap, idiotic motherfuckers buying our fucking NFTs and shit. Like it's just the next fucking I don't know hoverboard or whatever, you know." Meanwhile, it's all fucking like a racist, you know, connotations behind the whole thing and whatnot. That's what's crazy to me. I don't know, man. It's insane. And like again, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, fuck you. It's not just them, but there's a lot of other people behind this shit. There's a couple of like rappers and stuff that actually understand that this is just a bunch of bullshit. But I don't know how much are they fucking paying Snoop Dogg for Snoop Dogg to still like support this shit. I don't know. It's got to be a lot of money.
Well I mean and that that I guess that can kind of wash off their some of their hands of if they actually you know have some of this like these rappers and stuff like that get on board with it because then they're like, hey, look, see, like it's not that bad. But overall, like I think 4chan and these kind of groups like this, like they're just good trolls at this kind of stuff. And for them to be able to get news outlets to actually be confused about potentially one of the like bigger events of the year of an actual assassination onto a former political figure, that's pretty pretty crazy and pretty impressive, honestly. Like I don't know, like they're just too good at trolling. They're the supreme level trolls because they can actually get media outlets to run with these things. I mean, it's
Oh
just
man,
weird how.
I hate that you're calling them like supreme trolls because you're just gonna feed their egos.
Well, true. I mean, but it's impressive. I mean,
Like
it's not like
you gotta understand these are motherfuckers that if they pop in front of my face and they like say anything that they're trying to portray with this kind of shit, I'm gonna headbutt the shit out of them into another fucking dimension. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like I'm gonna
Well, I
fucking
mean,
I'm literally gonna headbutt the skull out of their fucking skin. You know what I mean? Um, because fuck racism and fuck that bullshittery. You know, like and especially when you portray yourself as like so cool with fucking races and everything, and especially when you're doing something that's so inherently racist. Like, oh my fucking god, man! I'm surprised. Like, you know,
well,
like
I
that's the
don't think
you see
the
that's no,
like I
that's the
don't think
problem. Like,
the
there's no there's barely any fucking real rappers nowadays, as there were back in the day. Like back in the day of like Tupac, Izzy, and all that shit. Like these motherfuckers would be probably either dead or about to be tortured by now. But today, nah, man, they can do whatever the fuck they want, man. They can do whatever the fuck they want because they're
hmm.
rich and they're
Well,
doing
I
fucking digital
like
bullshit.
with the Hideo Kojima thing, I think it's just more of like
I think that's very different,
they
right?
found a
'Cause-
good yeah, they found a good opportunity, and I think the reason they use Hideo Kojima is because he's a recognizable Japanese person, and
okay,
it happened in Japan. So they, but I don't think there was any. I don't think there was necessarily like racist intent because they
okay.
also
So I
anytime
mean,
there's a shooter. Wait. Let me finish. Anytime there's a shooter in, so like all the shootings that have happened in the U.S. These trolls immediately post the picture of this guy named Sam Hyde, and they have numerous times gotten the media outlets to actually say, "Hey, the shooter was Sam Hyde," and like this like a bump like bum white kid who he looks like he's like a Hicktown white kid, and they get him to be the face of every school shooter or every mass shooter ever. Somehow they do it. I don't know. Like, so I don't, that's why I say I like this one. I don't think is actually intended to be racist. I think they just knew Hideo Kojima is a Japanese person, and hey, we can post his picture, and that'll catch traction in Japan, and we'll be able to actually get them to post something like this. But
it
it's
still,
just
I
it's
mean, it
crazy,
still
dude.
doesn't make it right, man. You know?
Oh no, it doesn't. It's insane that they could get. I put the blame on the media outlets though for not like vetting. Like they don't pay attention to what they're doing. They're just like, oh, this random
Yeah.
Joe123 on Twitter says that Hideo Kojima is the shooter. Okay, well we're gonna go with that, right?
Or
Like,
for even fucking using 4chan as a source for any sort of news, which is like, I mean, retarded in my opinion. I'm sorry, but it's just retarded.
yeah.
So, but I mean, yeah, dude, like, you know, the Hideo Kojima thing, it's whatever. I'm sure he's gonna be fine, but the problem is not like being Hideo Kojima or being Snoop Dogg, whatever the fuck. The problem is inherently they're promoting racism, and you know they're trying to promote that, you know, like for an unsuspecting person who never played video games or doesn't give a shit about video games, to them Hideo Kojima is just like an Asian dude. And to them, whatever the fuck you say to them in regards to like Hideo Kojima, you know, you can just say like they're a fucking murderer, they're a rapist, they're whatever the fuck you want to say about them. And the unsuspecting person is going to believe because they don't know any better. This is why this shit's fucking dangerous. This is why these 4chan motherfuckers are dangerous as shit. Because what is the gap? What is the limit? Where do you draw the line? Because again, man, you can literally say whatever. Like for the people who don't know who Hideo Kojima is, for like the older people, you know, the millennials who maybe just don't play video games, they just like been working their whole life and they just don't really give a shit about video games or whatever. Like, what do you do about those? Do you do the same shit?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, I don't know. Like it, I don't know what the solution is either. I think really these media outlets should research it more, and they
The
should
solution
like
is
if you.
fucking headbutt all these dipshits from 4chan, man. Fucking find out where they live and headbutt the living shit out of them, man. So they learn a
Oh my
fucking
god.
lesson, because you're never going to learn they're never going to learn a lesson ever, because they're always going to be escaping. They're always going to be on the run, and they're always going to be on a fucking like move, and they're always going to be fine. And you know that's
You,
the
you heard
problem.
it. You heard it here. Pig wants gulags, but for he wants gulags for 4chaners.
I don't want gulags, man. I'll fucking lock them in my room and I'll show them how to fuck you live life. You know what I'm saying? I'll fucking show them.
So they won't even get to the gulag then. Like they just
They won't even leave the gulag. That's all I'm gonna say. They're gonna have a good time though. We're gonna have a good time. You know, I
oh my
might use
god.
my dick as a suppository. You know,
Oh my god.
I'm not gay though, but I might use my dick as a suppository. Hey man, life is rough.
You do you.
Life is rough. You know, so yeah,
You do what you gotta do. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see. There was another thing that I saw here. Let's see. They had an actual. I don't know if I can find it. There's actually a senator in the U.S. She's a senator for a specific state,
Oh, the black
and
chick.
the twerking one. Have you seen
Yep.
that?
I've seen that shit,
Yeah.
man.
You watched it. You like
Fucking pathetic. She's been like posting like fucking hashtag like twerk for
Yeah.
intersex and hashtag twerk for, you know, whatever the fuck. Like yeah, I've seen that, dude. It's so ridiculous. It's
so
pathetic.
she's pretty like a disappointment of a person, and she actually has people emulating her. Oh my god, this is crazy.
Of course she does, man.
Uh,
You just have
but
to
she
you just have to seem like you're brave nowadays, and everyone's gonna fucking mimic your shit. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I think it's something weird about the way that like people think that if you like regardless of how wrong you are, that if you do something completely unapologetic,
Oh, I mean, she's
that
black. She's
means
fine.
that yeah, well I
No,
mean
yeah,
that's
she's black. She's fine, man. She's part of a minority, which really attracts all the fucking millennials and Zoomers nowadays to, you know, support that kind of shit. So whatever the fuck she does, everybody else should be accepting to it, you know, because she's black, and therefore she's a minority, and therefore you should accept what she does without complete disregard to anything else, because that's how it works, right?
Yeah, here she is. She's talking about like twerk for. I don't know why we have
That's
to
exactly
twerk
what
for
I
all these
said.
things.
Twerk for fucking intersex justice. Like, she doesn't
Yeah,
even know what the fuck that shit is. That's literally
uh,
a hermaphrodite, bro. That's when you fucking have two sexes in the same body. Because like you're born with a dick and
well,
a fucking pussy.
well, and usually you kind of have one or the other, right? Like there. I mean, you may kind of have both, but you would still one of them. Either you're more male or more female. You know what I'm saying? Like there wouldn't
Yeah.
be like a there's not like complete half and half kind of thing
Yeah, I mean,
because you got
I've
to
heard
have something there.
like
That's
I've heard
according to
like
what
you
they
can
say. Like
I've heard you can actually fuck yourself if you have that kind of shit. Which is like kind of, I'm kind of
you're like, well,
curious.
you're like,
'Cause-
well, what does that look like?
Yeah, yeah. What is that like? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can fuck yourself, and then later on you can actually fuck
so
yourself
so when
again.
someone so when someone tells you they tell you to go f yourself and then you actually go do it like
Yeah, you actually fuck yourself. Uh,
yeah.
but like, it's one thing when it's a person that actually suffers from this kind of stuff, and then it's a and then it's a dipshit who
Someone like
doesn't
twerk
suffer.
for twerk for it, yeah.
Yeah, doesn't suffer from anything besides like mental illness of delusions of grandeur, and then just come around and like, hey, sit there because I need to take a picture. Hey, can you like sit there so that I got shadows so that I can take my fucking picture? Like, fuck your pictures, bitch. Fuck your pictures. Get the fuck out. Get a life.
Yeah, I thought that one was pretty weird though that she was just open about like, oh yeah, I twerk, and she was like, vote for me,
My
and I'm
question is,
like,
how do you
these are the
feel about
people
this shit?
actually voting.
Because I'm not American, but you're American, so like you should have a better opinion like on this shit. Because I honestly don't give a shit. Like, she can twerk all she wants. I don't like it, but like, she can twerk all she wants because I'm not
Well,
from their country. But like, what do you feel about, like, how do you feel about this kind of shit? Like, do you think this is positive for like a better world and a better civilization, or what?
I mean, I think it speaks to like the like how we've like regressed or like devolved. Like it's very very how do I phrase it? It goes back. It's the most degenerate thing that you can like. It enables degeneracy. Like people, it wants to make everybody be degenerate, and people think that they can get famous because they're degenerate. Oh, this state senator, like this senator from this specific state is just, twerk going on TikTok and twerking. Like, so now I can do that. And that's what I should want to be. And you think about like if I have two sons, but if I had a daughter or two daughters, I would be like, okay, well, um, that's really strange, and I don't want my daughters to like copy that because you don't want every girl to grow up thinking that they need to be a hoe to be successful. Like they don't need to be a hoe to be successful at all. Like they can be.
Yeah.
I think of like what it really makes me think of is like we used to have America where we had like a lot of like really stable, intelligent people here in America, and they could do really amazing things. They could do
Hmm.
things like send people to the moon, or not if you don't believe that, I guess. If you're a moon truther,
Is there actually
but
people
like
who don't believe in the moon?
no, they don't believe that we actually landed on the moon. They're the actual people who
Oh,
don't. Yeah, yeah, that they believe that it was fake, that you
I mean, I
staged
never
that
seen
like
it,
that
but
it,
like I wasn't there when they fucking landed on the moon. But at the same time, it's like, why? What reason do I have to doubt it? You know what I mean? When it's like such a remarkable trait in humanity, you know? I don't know, man. It's kind of weird, but yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like, I just think back like of like, uh, if you look at America, what it used to be, we had a lot of really smart people and really talented people, and now all we have is like people who can become famous because like, oh, look at me, I'm some hot chick and I twerk, and or me, I'm
I
some
think you're, I
buff
think you're
dude.
stretching your fucking shit out of there when you say like hot shakes. Like most of them are not.
Well, I mean, like to the average guy though, like they're all like
I'm an
okay,
average
they're
guy.
average women.
I'm an average guy, and they're not hot, man.
You're telling
They're
me?
fucking average as shit, or
Oh,
worse.
come on, yeah, come on, you at least got one off to that video. No,
Nope.
I'm just saying like but it enables them to think that they're hot. I guess it's more about like the
Oh yeah,
perception of like
yeah, for sure.
because they can get the attention of these like really desperate guys, and it makes them think that I have hundreds of really insanely desperate guys who think that me as like a six am like super hot, and that's what they get off on. Like they get off on like, oh, actually like a six, but I have hundreds of guys liking me because I twerked on freaking TikTok. And I think
Yep.
that's where like for girls it would be really bad for them to have things like TikTok and be on there because it's only going to like they're only going to be promoted to do that kind of stuff, and that's what it's going to push them to, like, oh yeah, you watch TikTok, why don't you just do a twerking video, and you can get, even if you're a six, you can get millions of random guys who want to, who most of which are probably after you just because you're uh really young.
Wait, hold
Yes,
on. What?
Crimson. This is how you make all the money. All you have to do, see, if you're at least average appearance in a female, if you can try to make yourself at least appear the hottest you can and just twerk on TikTok or something like that, then all of a sudden you're gonna have a wild following of random desperate guys.
Crim's hot. Crim's hot. I'd fuck Crim, to be honest. With all due respect, I would
See,
fuck.
I as a married man, I can't comment. So if I
Mm,
that would be inappropriate for me to comment.
yeah. 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 I mean, yeah. I would do. You know what I'm saying? I would do. Um, I mean, she probably wouldn't do me, but I would do her. So, anyway, moving on.
Look, you're just gonna fan Crim's ego. You're gonna
It's
fan
the
Crim's
only
ego.
person listening to this shit, man. Like, it's like literally
Yeah, I mean,
our only listener. Like we gotta fucking
our
pimp with
only
listeners.
fan.
You know what I'm saying?
This is our only fan,
Yeah,
and
it's our
we have
only
to.
fan. Uh, but fuck,
But
man.
like to me,
Hey, you know what?
like
You know what? What do you? All right, all right. What do you think of the Balkan countries? This is like this.
depends
I
on
know
which one.
this is very
Well,
fucking weird, like super out of nowhere. But like, what do you think of the Balkan countries, man? All of it,
depends
man.
on
Like,
which country. But
like, what do you think of
well,
like? What do you think of East Europe?
East Europe, I like East Europe better than the West right
West?
now.
True.
Yeah, well, I mean West Europe, and I mean the West in general kind of sucks. Like even
Yeah.
all the Western countries kind of suck right now. Like America sucks. Like UK sucks. If I had to decide right now, like if I was like, oh yeah, I want to move to somewhere better. Like if I wanted to do something like that, it'd be like, well, there's no reason. There's a like this is the best I can do right now because America still, even though it sucks, it's the best place I could possibly be right now. Like that's the
Yeah.
unfortunate truth. Um,
I mean,
I
like
agree with Krim.
the only
I agree
reason.
with Krim. If US balkanized, it would be 10 times better for US if we balkanized. It'd be 10 times better.
What does balkanized mean?
So the
To
reason the
adopt like the culture
Balkan
of them, or what?
no. Balkanization is a process, and the reason the Balkan countries are the way that they are is because they used to be, if I'm not mistaken, they used to all be part of Mesopotamia, right? Wasn't it
Yeah,
Mesopotamia?
yeah.
Um,
Don't quote me on that, but I think you're right. Yeah.
my history brain is working. I'm pretty sure it was Mesopotamia, that all these Balkan countries are part of, and they essentially, when they split up, the process of breaking them into all these smaller countries, that's called balkanization. And essentially what Krim is saying is, like, we have 50 states, and it would
Mm.
honestly be better if all 50 states were their own country, and that would be
Crim's
better for
Canadian
everybody.
though.
Well, I mean, but she's still affected by this. Like, she's still, like, Krim is still like, Canada is influenced by America to some extent. Like,
I
and
think the whole world,
had
unfortunately, is affected by America. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, Canada, especially. I just really like the Dragon's Den when the the other woman goes like, "Get out of here." I just really like that. Get out.
Canada,
Get the hell out.
Canada. Get the Hulu,
I
or you
don't
get
know.
the
Like
boot.
I
Get the
like
hell out,
this
or you get the
probably
boot.
this probably seems like I'm a fucking like just making super like fun out of the culture of Canada and shit. But I legitimately find like saying oot. I find it pleasing and amusing. I like it's not like I'm trying to be disrespectful or anything, but I legitimately find it amusing. And like I don't know, man. I just find it amusing. I just find it amusing saying oot instead of out, because like out is just like out, just get out. Okay, cool. Then you say oot, just get oot. It's so much more like, I don't know, man. It's appealing. I don't fucking know, man. I'm a retard.
Oh, so balkanization, though. So Krim's talking about balkanization now.
Mm.
Balkanization doesn't necessarily have to be hostile. But all 50 of our states are kind of unique in the U.S., and the reason they were able to work together was because for so long we had shared a lot of similar beliefs and similar values all across everybody. But now we're so split on a lot of things that some states, like my state, is we have more of a conservative leaning or whatever. There's a lot of more of that traditional value kind of system, and there are other people who just want to, like, hey, it doesn't matter. I want to do literally whatever. I want to be able to do cocaine off of hookers or whatever.
Oh, that sounds
Uh,
great.
but there's some, but then you can't own certain things. They'll take certain uh, things away from you. They won't let you have them. So that's different. You just get a different kind of tyranny to some degree. But as far as that goes, like, each state seems sort of unique, and that's where I think, like, the U.S. is we could have all 50 states be their own country. It could work. The only difference, like what Krim's saying, is balkanization being hostile. They don't have to be hostile because they can be trading partners. And obviously, if you invade a hostile territory, then you know what happens. War happens. So essentially, it would boil down to either states are going to conflict, and then we'll have some sort of regrouping of the states, and there might be like an entire South U.S. or something like that. I guess sort of like a new confederacy or something like that. Or
Hmm.
there would be like a different, but different this time, because the confederacy wouldn't actually, like, it wouldn't be about any particular topic like slavery or anything, which, that it's more of just value systems now. It's like we have different value systems in our state than some of the people in New York do, and that's just fundamentally how it is. But we could still trade with them, and we could still work with them if the U.S. were to split up. It would just be um, really difficult to manage.
What do you mean the U.S. split up? Like split up in what way? Like the North against the South, or what?
Well, it could be a number of ways, right? Like it could be because most of the South would kind of work together, but you could have individual states be separate. For instance, like Texas, they've already put
Wait,
it
so you mean like
into,
Europe does?
yeah, like Europe does. I mean,
So you're going back in
essentially,
time.
not necessarily, because in this way, it's going to be each state still has their own constitution. They still have their own voting systems and everything in
I mean,
place.
you still answer to, the main constitution and all that kind of shit, but at the end of the day, you're still like, you kind of trying to go for what Europe has, which is a big fucking division in accordance to whatever the fuck it is that you believe in and whatever it is that you want to portray. Am I wrong?
But I think that's because of the EU. Like if so, the
No,
EU
I
is trying
agree.
to be what the US is now. Like that's the problem, is the EU is trying to be like what the US is right now.
I mean, that's
And that's why
because
you
like the
have
US has been what the EU has been for centuries, man. You got to remember, I know this might hurt, but you got to remember, like, the US is Europe's biggest monument, dude.
true. I mean, we wouldn't be here if we
Burn.
didn't basically, if we didn't flip off the king of the greatest empire in the world at the time. I
Yeah,
mean,
you got to,
it
and
wouldn't be
also
America.
you got to thank the Brits, because the only people that have
Yeah,
to
they did help
thank
us.
me is the Brazilians, because over there in the north, you gotta thank the Brits, because I didn't do shit for the north.
Yeah. And here in the South, the Brits actually helped the Confederates, and so I have two reasons. Even though, like, obviously, just history, right? Like, so we're talking about the just strictly the history, since I would be linked to the people who lived here during the Confederacy. I still have to kind of owe it to the Brits for potentially helping provide the Confederacy with support there, so that I would actually be able to, I guess, survive and live, like to act for my family members to survive and live here. So I don't know.
You see, that's something I find funny, because like we have such a hard, because nowadays we have different opinions, we have different like views, so you find it so difficult to like say that X or Y colonized our country, but like why is that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Because
it's
like,
because there's these group of people online who will say, like, colonization is a bad thing, like regardless of how it's implemented. Even if you're the
I
nicest
mean,
person and you go to a completely un so if I go to Antarctica, and somehow I set up a tent and I become like I pioneer myself there, and I colonize Antarctica, then they're going to be mad because I took over a space of land that they thought
you
that
don't know that.
wasn't owed to me.
You don't
But
know
that's
that.
their
They
thinking.
could be
That's their
happy.
thinking. Like, hey,
Oh, they could be happy. They could like that, man. They could like the sociality of it. You know what I'm saying? Um, which is it, like it basically just points out to the whole fact of like, like nowadays it feels better to say like, shoo, get the fuck out of my country, but like you don't know what life was, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like what the Brits and whatever the fuck they did could have been the most like comfortable situation possible for the people surrounding, a specific area, which is exactly where we are. So it's kind of, it's difficult to talk about this kind of shit, because like it's exactly because of this, because you can argue that like X or Y are a piece of shit because they colonized, X or Y, but then again, like what if they didn't? You'd be a fucking
well,
monkey. Yeah.
it's just like the sort of like the Confederacy like thing. Like I was trying to tiptoe around it, but honestly, I should be. I should be, not proud of like what the Confederacy, I guess, was, but I have to be. That's part of the heritage of where I live. And that's why like a lot of people were trying to like say, oh, the Confederate flag. Like the Confederate flag never, like, to the people, it never meant like racism or anything like that. That's not what it meant to them. And if you read the history, you know that. But these people don't care about what my like my ancestors' history was. Yeah, there may have been some people who were racist or something like that, but generally speaking, the
They live
Confederacy
everywhere.
was, yeah. I mean, like but there's like the Confederacy though, like it was just to split off. They didn't like Abe Lincoln. They wanted to split off from him, and they
Isn't
had
it? Isn't it because of like
reasons.
the association between like the Confederate flag and the fucking KKK? Don't you think that?
I think that's probably why people think that, because they adopted it.
That's
But
why I think that, because like that's the only association I can make to the Confederate flag is the fucking KKK. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, but
outside of that, I was
there's so much more history to it, and I think that's what sort of like pisses me off about the fact that people get upset about it, is because I actually know some of the history behind why. The Confederacy wasn't just, basically the Confederacy was just an fu to Abraham Lincoln. There wasn't, I mean, there was the undertone of slavery, but that was an issue for even the North. And even Abraham Lincoln didn't necessarily, he wasn't guaranteeing he was going to free the slaves. He just did that so he could kind of show how he had won. Like he was like, oh yeah, now I won, I'm going to do a good thing and free the slaves. And that's pretty much what it was in
wait,
that
what?
in that way.
Wait, what?
No, 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 legit. He considered, there were some, I don't know, leaked documents at some point, and he considered not doing it. He considered not doing the Emancipation Proclamation. He was like, well, but it'll make the South look bad, and I can use this as a political tool to force them to deal with me, and then I
No,
can
no,
kind of just showcase, like, no, yeah,
hold
that's,
up. He considered not freeing the slaves because of like the fucking shit that was going on. That's that's crazy, dude. I didn't know that.
yeah, everybody like says Abraham Lincoln was like a great person, but really he did a lot of stuff that he wasn't the greatest person. I mean, I'm not going to say like he's a villain necessarily, but he wasn't the hero that people claim him to be, because he considered, what am I going to do with the slaves? Am I going to like send them to Haiti, or what am I going to do? And then he was like, okay, well, I'll just free them, and then that'll show the South what for. Like that'll be a punch to the gut, because then now they're gonna all the freed slaves are gonna come to the North and fight for the North, and they're gonna fight to win the war, and we're gonna be able to take the South and put the United States back together. Again,
Okay.
that was kind of, it
Fair
was it was
enough.
all like, it was just a tactic. He did the right thing, but he did it because didn't do it because he believed the slaves should be freed. I mean, it was clear he did it with a reason. Like he was trying to, like, oh yeah, this is strategy. Damn. But yeah,
Fuck.
like I hate the whole culture of, because that's why, like, there are some people around here. I see a couple of Confederate flags, but not as
Mhm.
many people fly them anymore, because of the whole, like you said, they're everybody thinks that they're KKK now. Whatever, if you fly the flag,
Well, yeah, because that's
because
like that's the quickest fucking assumption there is to anybody that looks like that. They don't even need the fucking flag, man. They just need to look like hillbillies. To be honest, I'm gonna be like, hey, this guy probably is KKK. You know? And I know that's not like the right, like, you know, the most correct fucking thing to do, but at the same time, it's like, hey man, you're on my fucking what's it called? You know, like the fucking part, the back part of my, you know, van, truck, or whatever the fuck, and you gotta do with what we gotta do, man. If I can't fucking carry you anymore, then get the fuck out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's exactly it, man. Like, I don't give a shit if like they're fucking KKK or they're fucking like whatever the fuck, man. Like, you don't respect me. I feel like you don't respect me. I'm going to not respect you back, dude. And depending on my level of alcoholism, I'm either going to let you live or I'm going to fucking headbutt the living shit out of you. Um, so, you know, this is how it goes, man. What else you got?
Yeah. So there was also this interesting event where the let's see. So there've been a couple new developments with Elon Musk, and
Oh boy.
apparently he had another set of twins with some random chick, and some people pointed to this tweet that she made. I thought this is funny. This is come inside me
Come
the
inside
tweet.
me the tweet. Okay.
And he someone posted, you know, like F Elon Musk, and she said this makes me sad. And then now she essentially, this is the timeline is perfect because she then has his twins this year. Like she had twins from him, like with Elon Musk this year. And he was like, "Yeah, I'm doing my part to repopulate the Earth or something like that." It's like, what? He's crazy. Oh, and I can't believe that he has 9 kids, and like you don't really ever see them, which I get. You know, I don't think if even for famous people, like you shouldn't be going, like people shouldn't be parading around like to like try to find their kids, like you stalking their kids and seeing what they're doing.
You think you think he's a fucking saint, man? That's on you, bro. That's on you. You think
No,
he's a
no, 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 no. No,
yeah,
I
yeah.
think it's no, I think he's weird for like for having random kids with his assistants. That's really strange. I don't
Um,
think I don't think it's right
I
for him
mean, you
to
know,
like he just, you know, gets in the office like with some chick that from his company, and then he just, you know, gets it on and has kids with her. It's crazy. Like it doesn't make any sense.
I still think it's. I mean, can you prove it though? Can you prove she's pregnant? Can you prove he impregnated her? That's the real question, though. I'm
No, no,
saying
they have hold on. No, they talked about um
communal
he let me see if I
agreement.
can find. They already have picked, yeah, he had twins with a Neuralink, one of his companies, one of the executives there. And it if you look at they name her somewhere, I think in this article. Let's see. But yeah, she had the she's the one who had twins with him. So that's what they're referring to is like she defended Elon Musk, and then all of a sudden she has his kids. So I don't think
That's
it's right.
fucking.
He's a
It's fucking stupid. Yeah, you can say it. He's fucking
yeah,
stupid, man.
he's what a yeah, he's retarded. Like there should be no way that your boss like you know, impregnates. No, it shouldn't be unless they were actually going to become a couple, and
Yeah,
they, you know, get married or whatever, and then go off and do their thing.
yeah.
But
I agree
just
with that.
having kids with your just having kids with your one of your employees is it's bad etiquette. Like it's bad overall. Just it's stupid. He shouldn't have done it.
Hmm. It really is. Um, All right, so you good with like a little bit of a break? Because I need more alcohol, man. I'm running dry, man. I'm running
Gotta
dry,
keep the
man.
supply replenished.
Yeah. So we
Yeah,
have
man. Let's
some
the tunes.
Winterfrost. Krim is being a bitch because she doesn't want to like join the call or anything. Because yeah, she's literally the only listener, but she doesn't want to join us because she's too much of a big deal. All right, so we're gonna listen to. Well, we're gonna listen to YOLO out of YOLO from Winterfrost. So, we're gonna be back in a little bit, and Trey is actually kind of like guiding and leading this shit like pretty well. So if I don't pop in everyone's vision, I'm sorry, but yeah, we will be there in a little bit. So enjoy the tunes.
We clawed, we chained our hearts in vain. We jumped, never asking why. We kissed, I fell under your spell of love no one could deny. Don't you ever say I just walked away. I will always want you. I can't live a lie, running for my life. I will always want you. I came in like a wrecking ball. I never hit so hard in love. All I wanted was to break your heart. All you ever did was wreck me. Yeah, you wrecked me. I put you high up in the sky, and now you're not coming down. It slowly turned, you let me burn, and now we're ashes on the ground. Don't you ever say I just walked away. I will always want you. I can't live a lie, running for my life. I will always want you. I came in like a wrecking ball. I never hit so hard in love. All I wanted was to break your heart. All you ever did was wreck me. I came in like a wrecking ball. Yeah, I just closed my eyes and swore. Left me crouching in a blazing fall. All you ever did was wreck me. Yeah, you wrecked me. I never meant to start a war. I just wanted you to let me in. And instead of using force, I guess I should have let you in. I never meant to start a war. I just wanted you to let me in. I guess I should have let you in. Don't you ever say I just walked away. I will always want you. I came in like a wrecking ball. I never hit so hard in love. All I wanted was to break your heart. All you ever did was wreck me. I came in like a wrecking ball. Yeah, I just closed my eyes and swore. Left me crouching in a blazing fall. All you ever did was wreck me. Yeah, you wrecked me.
that was it. Bo, we're back. What up? What it do? Doggos? Yeah.
We're back again.
You
Trey
fucking
is
love
back.
Eminem, don't you?
I mean, I do. I can't say I don't. Yeah.
He's good. He's good. He's pretty good. But you know what? You know what's funny, man? Like the reason I played the music I played is literally like I literally was not joking. Like it was for Crim. It's like it's funny that like we have sometimes to like sort of make ourselves feel, I don't know, better about like with a band that we play or whatever the fuck. I don't fucking know how to explain, man. Like
Like
do you
you find
feel
music you
like
jive
listen,
with, like
do you feel that shit in America ever? Like, do you feel like you need to sometimes show off like an artist or a band or whatever the fuck because like you feel like they're not being properly represented or some shit?
I mean, so like I guess what I can relate to is like there was somebody if you know Yellow Wolf, he's actually from where I live, and he you know I hated how like for you know even now he's not really mainstream, but you know I kind of I like Yellow Wolf stuff, like he's pretty good, but nobody really cares, like he's just kind of he hasn't really made a good career, like people don't seem to like his music for some reason. But I like Yellow Wolf, and he's from my town, so like, or not really from my town particularly, but he's from around where I live. So
Okay, you didn't really reply to like what I asked you, but like
I'm
do
saying, yeah, like that's the only thing though. Like I haven't really, I've had it with like Yellow Wolf, but I don't usually, you know, have that kind of experience where I just like want to share music with people because a lot of people don't like the especially around here they don't like the same music that I like. They like you know they want the you know new pop country type stuff or just pop music, you know,
you
generic
telling me
pop
people in
music.
Alabama don't like fucking metal music or rock music? Oh wait, yeah, you don't like metal music or rap music. You're fucking hip hop head, man. You're fucking yeah. Makes
Yeah.
sense.
But like I'm the outlier. Like here it'd be like just generic like country music or pop music or you
But
know whatever.
one thing I'd ask you,
Uh,
like, do you even like metal at all, or do you just like hate it with a passion, or like do you accept it and it's like, yeah, it's fine, I don't care.
I think I like metal. I just don't like I guess I don't like screamo bands. I guess that's what I would say. It's like I don't
Oh,
like the
you mean like,
screamo bands. Yeah, yeah,
okay, you don't like
yeah,
that
yeah.
shit?
That's
Yeah,
yeah, no.
yeah, me
Yeah,
neither. I fucking hate
you
it.
know.
But okay, so
I
like,
like I don't mind metal though. Like metal, just the music metal. I don't mind it. Like I will jam. Like I've there was a somebody had a playlist of they called it like beats to rip and tear to or something like that, and it's like a doom music.
yeah, it sounds
Uh,
very doomy.
it's
Yeah.
like yeah, it's a doom metal track, and I use that to work out sometimes, and
Nice.
I like that because it's you know the doom style music is I love that kind of stuff. It gets you know gets
Okay,
me
yeah.
like
Well,
hyped. So,
there you go, man. So you do like metal. You just don't
yeah,
like the fucking like emo, screamo, fucking dog shit that like plagued not just the country but like the world. It's been plaguing the fucking world, man. It's really annoying.
yeah, like the people who have to like scream every single lyric. Like there's a I don't get it. I just like they're just like
I
like
mean,
oh,
well,
Jesus,
all
are you
right,
dying?
okay.
Like
Let's not get ahead of ourselves because I also
yeah.
screamed the fucking shit that I was doing. But there's a difference between having to actually like sort of go in it.
Yeah,
You see how easy it is? I could literally just go fucking have.
I think
It's how easy it
when it
is.
doesn't like when it doesn't sound like words, I think that's where I
Oh, that's where you draw the line.
when
Oh shit,
yeah, it's
man.
like when it doesn't sound like any like would it? I mean, well, no, I mean, like I don't know what I'm saying. Like I don't. There's certain songs that are
honestly
different.
the only
It's hard to describe.
the only fucking band that would on it, like, given your your statement or whatever, the only band that would actually suffice for you in this economy would be Cannibal Corpse. Like, honestly, I think Cannibal Corpse has, in terms of death metal at least, has the best like pronunciation and dialect in terms of like the vocalist of such a genre. So yeah, it probably would be Cannibal Corpse, because everything else is probably out of your league, because most of them just sound like fucking grinders, or they just sound like fucking whatever, like, chainsaws chipping wood or something like that, basically. So yeah. Took you a few
I
years
think
to
it's kind of like
go on.
stuff like this is more, I guess, more my speed. They're a little.
I'm gonna say metalcore. I haven't heard this, but I'm gonna say metalcore. It's probably metalcore.
It's kind of metalcore, yeah. But it's not like I don't know how you describe it, honestly, because they have moments where they're kind of doing metalcore stuff, and
Wait,
it goes back to like
this is actually pretty
full-
good.
Yeah, I like them. They're actually the guy who does is the lead of this band. He actually
I like
does.
I like
like
the
a
clean
YouTube
voice.
channel.
I fucking like the clean voice is actually pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. This is one of this and like the doom music and stuff like that. Like all that kind of stuff I can jive with. But it's just the weird, like completely. I don't know. Like yeah.
Kind of like that.
Yeah, it sounds like all computer generated stuff. Like it doesn't sound like human.
That's also how easy it is to do. You know, it is. It really is that easy to do.
It's crazy.
I suck a dick tonight and today. That's how easy it is to fucking do, man. That's why I hate those bands. That's why
like,
this exactly why I don't. You see what I'm saying when I fucking hate on mumble rap. It's because of this, because I don't like these fucking bands, because it's so fucking easy to do. I can do what they do in fucking 15 minutes. So it's the same shit when I hate fucking mumble rap. I hate mumble rap because I hate mumble rap because it fucking sucks ass. Because I can do that shit, man. I can fucking go like,
yeah, my shoe.
Yeah.
Flipping the top of my shoe.
Like, I can fucking like we can all fucking do that shit, man. We can all fucking do that shit. Like, what are you talking about, man? It fucking sucks ass. And all the fucking kids still like that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I fucking hate, man. You know, it's just so stupid. You know?
Yeah,
But anyway,
like,
so go on.
yeah. But like that's like what like no talent kind of stuff, and I think that's what you're getting at is like that kind of stuff is like no talent. But you
Yeah, I
can
hate it.
tell like even the stuff like you were saying, and that's where I was trying to like, oh well, I get what you're saying. Like there are some people who can kind of like they can kind of do like a screaming or whatever, but you can tell that they can actually like they're actually trying to sing something. They're trying to there's an art form to what they're doing. They're not just like literally screeching. Like if it was I forget there was a somebody made a joke song once or something like that. It was literally them doing like a scream, like metal, like the whole time. Like they were just screaming for like 2 minutes or something like that. Literally just like no, like no
Honestly, that's
art form, no
impressive as
music.
fuck. If you can, I mean, if you can scream for 2 minutes, that's fucking impressive. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if you can scream for metal, but if you can scream for 2 minutes, that's fucking impressive as shit. I can't fucking scream for like 15 seconds. I'm gonna like lose
Yeah,
my shit, you know? So yeah, man,
yeah.
like but you know, you keep going, man. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Like, so you know, if you yeah, 2 minutes.
Yeah, but like that's like the whole point of it was just like the fact that some of these people they just do that and not they don't put any. You can tell there's no effort. Like I think that's the difference. It's
Yeah.
like you could tell they're actually trying to you're trying to make a song. You have a reason. You have a meaning to the song sometimes, and not all the time. I mean, obviously there's some songs that even the best musicians do that really they don't necessarily have meaning except for to the artists themselves like but yeah, I mean it
Wait,
is what it is, like people.
hold on. Are you talking about yourself?
No, don't talk about myself. No,
Hmm. Because I found
no,
I found this guy on SoundCloud, man.
oh no, don't do that.
You know what I'm
Don't
saying?
check that. No, no, don't check that. No, 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 don't do that.
All right.
It's bad.
Oh,
It's actually bad. That was a long time ago. We're not talking about it.
I'm not gonna play it for one reason. Okay. Because you
'Cause it's bad.
probably no, not because it's bad. It's just because like you could do a better production, but
Yeah.
it's not because it's bad, man. Like I think you had a good thing going on there. Um, you know, I'm also not gonna lie to you. I think you could also do, you know, with some more like, practicing and some more training and all that kind of shit. But we all do to an extent. But I think you got a good thing going on there, man. I liked it. I liked it. I think you got good
Well, that
lyrics.
was and that was like that was actually let's
A good
see.
amount
That
of years
was
ago.
yeah, like 7 years ago. And I mean,
Yes.
I
Yeah. There
still
you go.
like you know. So I don't know what I honestly I would like to at some point go like do something for legit, but you know I don't know if I would have the time to do something like that. It would be cool though to be able to do at least just do like one like EP or something like that.
Yeah.
That was legit. I just like you said, I suck at the production. I don't know what I'm doing there, so I would need. I'd probably
No,
need to like hire a producer or something like that if I actually
no,
wanted to do
we
it
all
legit.
suck. We all suck at the beginning, man. We all suck at the beginning. So it is what it is, dude. I think you're on the right path, though. Like, I mean, you're on the right path if you want to keep doing that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean it's something I've always wanted to do, but you know it's like it would it would take a lot more time. So I'll have to postpone that for a bit. That and making my own video games. That would be those are the two I guess pipe dreams that I would like to
What
do. But those are
what kind of video game do you want to do? Do you want to do like an RPG or like a shooter or something like that, or what?
oh, it would definitely be a shooter. It would be
A
a
shooter?
uh, what I have in mind, and like what like just thought about, like is I would do a co-op shooter. So it would be something where you and like three of your friends or whatever can team up, and there would be like there would be different. It would be like a wave-based combat. To at least that's my initial thought. There may be other things that I can add in to make it a little bit different.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a you know, like a wave-based shooter or like a base builder kind of thing, like defend something or whatever,
Hmm.
and like kind of like a base, like a FPS with maybe some tower defense elements. That's what I was kind of thinking of.
That sounds
That's
pretty cool,
always
man.
Yeah, I thought about like if you have something like where you repair stuff, you build stuff, and then if you could be able to fight waves of different types of enemies. You could have robots, aliens, and zombies, all of them like cycle and mix and match those enemies, kind of thing. That was kind of what I was wanting to do, but it's something where I need time and to be able to put in that effort. But
Well, I'm not too good at it, but like if you want like a fucking voice actor or whatever for something like that, I'm down. So
oh yeah, definitely, definitely, yeah. I definitely will need a couple more people to be able to voice characters. Obviously, I would try my hand at least one of the characters just because
I
I
mean, you
like
should.
I would probably you know yeah I like doing voices. I used to like I'm not like I could do I could I've, I could do the Stitch voice. Ohana means family. Family means nobody gets left behind or forgotten. I used to do that kind of stuff, and I
It's
like
pretty good,
doing.
man. Pretty good.
Yeah, I used to do stuff like that. That you make do different voices of different things, just because I thought it was funny. Um, but uh, yeah, I think I would try my hand at one of the characters, and then I would get a couple people to be able to voice other characters. So yeah, definitely. If I ever do it, I will ask you to voice one of the characters for
You
sure.
better, dude. You fucking better.
And I'll get you to play test it with me. So that'll be you can be a play tester too. So,
Damn straight.
but yeah, those are like my like ultimate goals. Like if I could be able to do, I would definitely make a game studio. That would be
All right, so
a fun
you
thing.
know,
So let's yeah, I
there's not a
guess
lot. Hold on, there's not a lot going on. Only Crimson is here, listening to my sorry ass and your cool ass that just fucking like has a lot of projects and stuff. But you remember when I said like I had this like fucking interview and shit, or that I had this like thing going on.
yeah.
Yeah, so today was the offer, right? I got the offer today.
Mm. You got the offer. Nice.
Yeah,
That's
and
awesome, dude.
I'm actually, I'm not like overly happy. I'm not going to be like fucking throwing rockets and shit,
Yeah.
but I'm happy, because I'm happy
Yeah.
because I could potentially change my life from the fucking
Yeah.
doomer piece of shit that I typically am to maybe sort of like a reasonable logical individual, I
Yeah,
guess.
just go back to being a chill dude. That
Mhm.
that that doesn't feel crappy. Yeah, yeah. I mean that's good, man. I'm glad you
Yeah.
got the offer. Look, is it the
No,
which one is it? Is it the one that you the gaming company that you told me about, or is it
yeah, I
the other
mean,
one?
yeah. So supposedly I'm going to be living in Bulgaria. That's why I was asking you so many questions about fucking the Balkans. Um,
Oh yeah,
yep. But yeah, dude,
yeah,
from all I fucking saw, man, I love the cut. I mean, I'm not going to say I love the country because I haven't been there yet, but from the thing that I've seen, I think it's fucking great. There's a lot of nature. There's a lot of like things to explore. And one thing that's very important is there's a lot of fucking things to do. Like in
yeah.
comparison to where the fuck I live, you know what I'm saying? Like I can't do shit here, man. I'm stuck. It's been like a fucking constant goddamn like fucking whirlwind of like just nothingness, really. Because I can't do shit here, because if I look
Oh,
back, no one gives a
yeah.
shit, you know?
Well, and I get what you mean because like there's like here in the area where I live, there's a there's not a lot of stuff that we can do. Like I would have to drive like an
Yeah.
hour away to really do anything. We have a mall which has a movie theater, and that's pretty much it in the big part of our like area. That there's not a lot of just stuff to do around here.
I don't
Like
think
there's
I've
not a
been.
lot of
I don't think I've been in a movie theater since I was 12 years old. It's definitely been over like 20 years.
yeah. I've went to a couple of the big movies like the Marvel, like the new Spider-Man movies and stuff like that. But I haven't really. I don't go there often. I don't like to just go. There's a lot of people who just kind of like, oh yeah, here's the new Normie movie that everybody's watching. Let's go watch it or whatever. I don't really buy into that because it's kind of a waste to me. It's gonna be like me spending money, like me. I'm
Yeah.
gonna spend like 30 bucks and get nothing out of it really. So I don't do it. But yeah, I mean that's pretty much all we have in our big town, and that's why people were mad that like we were trying to get like an area where you could have stuff like a walking track and different you know uh different stuff in the area like where you could whole parks of like fields and stuff like that where you could be able to go and
Have you ever watched
play
like
around
Shaggy
and
and the
do some.
Creep?
No, I haven't. No.
Do you know ICP?
Mm-mm.
Insane Clown Posse. You don't know them?
Oh yeah. No. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So one of the one of the members, he has a YouTube channel called Shaggy and the Creep, and Shaggy's the ICP member, and the Creep is the like basically it's like a comedian who went over to do things for the band and stuff, and he managed to like get a gig as like a funny dude. So yeah, but
Yeah.
both of them are funny as fuck, and like they have fantastic fucking videos, dude. And I suggest you fucking watch all of this shit. And I'm gonna recommend you the best fucking video, which is we ran 25K for 25K. I'm gonna literally recommend you this shit. It's fucking funny as fuck. Like these
Oh
guys
my
are
god.
funny as hell. They got a lot like from that video on. They got a lot of shit, and they're super funny, super cool. I mean, when I say they're super cool, I mean, I've never met them in real life, but I'm saying like they're super cool in the general spectrum of life and shit. But yeah, dude, like get to know those guys because they're cool. I don't know if you're like into like fucking the kind of music that Insane Clown Pussy does or whatever, or it's just like Eminem, but yeah, like they're cool nonetheless.
Yeah, I'll have to give them a watch. I mean, I haven't really heard anything from Insane Clown Posse in a while. So, I don't know. I didn't even know. I didn't even know they were doing anything lately. Like that's
Oh
how little I know
yeah,
about.
I get it, but like that shit's funny, man. They're fucking funny,
Uh,
and they're building like their YouTube channel and stuff. Like honestly, man, like when you fucking have like some idiots that just literally ride on a skate for a little bit and then just like, yeah, I'm done with the video. Like these guys just go all ham, man. They get caught up on a fucking skateboard, but they just keep on going until the fucking shit
oh
like
my
fucking
god,
stops rolling. So yeah, that's what I like about these guys.
pretty awesome. Yeah, but that's a problem with like small town. Like there's we can't really get anything here. No, we don't have any good entertainment here or anything. It's all really local stuff that like y- there isn't really much to do. I mean, luckily for me, I do like some of the stuff. Like we have a lake nearby or whatever, and I can go fishing there. Uh, it's harder with a tiny person, tiny my son coming around and tried to pester
You
me
mean a
and try
midget?
not to hook him. Yeah, yeah. The the midget kid. Yeah, having him running around and trying not to make sure he doesn't get hooked is annoying. But yeah, we've been
Ah,
since you mentioned it, I actually went and got my license and we went fishing a couple times recently. So
but you actually went
probably not
fishing
gonna
with
be
your
able to.
kid?
Yeah, I did twice. Yeah.
Oh shit, man! How did that go?
He is impatient to say the least. So I was trying to worm the hook, and then I put the worm on the hook, and he's like, "Dad, why are you doing that?" And I was like, "Well, you got to put the worm on the hook for it to give it to the fish." And he was like, "But why?" And I was like, "Well, that's what you got to do, son." He's like, "Oh, okay." He didn't really get
Yeah,
along get. And I was like, "Yeah, that's just how it is. You gotta put the worm on the hook and throw it out there."
right.
And then he was cool with that, and then he I was like, okay, well, you gotta sit here and hold the rod until the fish bites, and then you pull it. And the only thing we got was we got one bite, and then he yanked it and lost the like he immediately lost it. So like the fish just ate some of his bait. And he's just like, oh. I didn't catch a
I mean,
fishy. Like he thought if he didn't catch the fish like immediately that it was kind of a waste of time. And he was like, "Dad, there's a playground. Like there's a playground right near where we were fishing." And he was like, "Let's just go play on the playground." And I was like, "Okay, you can go play on the playground. Like I'll go over there with you." And we went
I
over there,
mean,
and
the fact that you took your kid to like fucking, do that kind of shit is pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty cool. Now it's just like it's gonna be a matter of the kid, and it's gonna be a matter of the kid, and also a matter of you. So like, you don't have to force the kid to fucking fish and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to force the kid like,
I,
hey, you have
yeah,
to catch the fish, otherwise I'm gonna slap the shit out. Like, you don't have to do that, but like, I think if you
me doing it,
yeah,
me
if you
going and
present the kid
I
with like
think
enough shit, they're gonna be
well
like, oh, that's fucking awesome. You can just like catch fish out of the fucking river and stuff. That's awesome. I think that they're gonna be cool with it.
Yeah, I think that the problem for me that I didn't realize early on is like he's going to like and he's going to want to like stuff that I like, and even though I like certain stuff, I don't do it enough to like I enjoy basketball, and I don't
So what
go
you're
out and
saying
shoot
is
hoops.
you like do you like nature, but you don't like to you don't like nature too much.
Yeah. I'm not doing it every. I'm not going out every day, and I think that that's like
Okay.
the issue is like I'm not doing it. Every other day or every. I'm not doing it once a week. Going doing something regularly. I think that's what he picks up on is like doing it
Like
consistently.
what do you think why do you not go like every week or like for like a
Well,
game of
it's just
basketball or something?
yeah, I should do that kind of stuff, but it's just like I want to go like I would like to, but there's not pickup games around here and stuff like that. So if a lot of times I just end up if I do shoot any basketball, like I have a goal outside and I'll just shoot hoops on my own. But I don't have like a closed in hoop, so if it's like hot, it sucks out there. That's why, like, or if it's cold, it sucks out there. So it's kind of hard to do that when you don't have like an indoor uh,
So
goal.
what you're telling me is that like you're going to depend a little bit on people to do what you like, right?
Well, no, I'm saying I need to do it. Like I need to start. Like if I want him to do something, I'm gonna have to do more of that thing. I guess is because otherwise he's not gonna want to do things that that I don't do. And I've noticed that whenever I start doing something more, he's interested in it more. So
Yep.
it's kind of weird. Like so, I think it's
Yeah, so
just
if
how
you
frequent.
start fucking playing around with like a hoop,
Mm.
he's gonna be like, "Hey, that hoop looks cool. Hey, father, I like dunking shit as well.
Let us
Could not,
let us
you know what I'm saying?
play the
Yeah,
basketball.
exactly.
Yeah.
He's gonna want to do the same shit, man.
Yeah, it's just really difficult because I didn't realize that early on, and now a lot of the stuff is I've been like kind of an inside person. I don't really he likes the outside. Honestly, he likes the outside more than I do. Like he wants to go out there and he wants to grab like he grabs frogs and stuff like that. And, sometimes I have to watch out because I don't know if he's like grabbing a toad that's gonna like give him some kind of
Get
like
him
pee on
high.
him or something. Well, no, they have a like they'll like pee on him and it'll make a rash or something like that. So
That.
some of the toads are weird like that. But yeah, I have to. I just had he likes like being outside more than I do, but that's the only difference that I didn't teach him that. I didn't teach him. But other stuff like he likes playing video games like I do. Um, I haven't really played cards as much, but he likes cards. He likes like uh
What's that?
Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff like that. So, but he doesn't really get into playing the game. Like I can't teach him the rules and play the card game yet. He just kind
Oh,
of he likes looking at the cards. He's like, hey, I have a strong or he wants to play the game, but he wants to play mine is stronger, yours sucks. I win. That's how he wants to play it. Like he doesn't want to play the by the like he doesn't want me to teach him the rules and play it. He just wants to say, I have a bigger card than you. I'll win. It's like, okay, like my card is stronger than yours. I'll win. It's like, okay, what do I do? Like, how can we play
yeah,
this?
that makes sense, man. That makes sense. But you still have
But
to
he's
educate.
learning. He's learning. Yeah.
Yeah, you still like take him fishing and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's important, man. Like, I mean, it's not important like for a modern civilization, because you're gonna have like a fucking fish fed to you in a fucking platter. But we are on the brink of this civilization that we believe it's the correct civilization to be fucking gone. And so yeah, dude, you know, go for it. I'm saying.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get more stuff that I think once he gets a little bit older, being able to go and do stuff will be really fun because then as long as he does because what I've been struggling with is that the fact that I can't be able to rely on him to just like if dad says like don't do this, then that he won't do it because he wants to. He's
Oh
completely
yeah.
reckless. He doesn't think about it. He just
Good luck. Good luck with that, dude. It's gonna happen in years.
yeah,
So
yeah.
good
Well, I mean, it
fucking luck.
already happens. It already happens. So like, it's just a struggle of trying to figure out like I could get him to be on the same page as me. Like, hey, like even going fishing, it was like, hey, don't jump in the water, and he was like, why not? And I was like, you don't want to get in the water and be out there, and I don't know what all's in the water. Like, I mean, there's probably just harmless fish, but I don't know what all is in the water. There could be snakes. Sometimes we get water moccasins around here. They're they're extremely poisonous. So yeah, I wouldn't want him in the water. So I was telling him, "Hey, don't do that." And he was able to do it, but you could tell he was like he was looking at it. He was like, "Ah, should I jump in? Not." Like it's really difficult to keep him from restrained from doing something reckless. So once I get that under control, I think it'll be good. It'll be fun to be able to just kind of go and do something and say, "Hey, son, like let's get this, do this," and we just kind of get along and do the thing. So that's kind of how I see it. Is as soon as he's able to be, be the big kid, I guess, and then that'll make things easier, and we'll be able to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. I think you should go for it. And you either like go for the one of these skateboards or whatever the fuck they call them, or one of these opportunities over here, man. TV and radio and all that kind of shit. I say you go for it. And if you don't make it, you don't make it.
So, what did you say? What I know you said you're probably going to be doing support stuff.
Yep.
Like, do you know like what all like did they tell like how are you gonna be making decent from it, or like how did they give you a good are you getting salary, or are you gonna be working hourly, or I figure hourly pay, right?
No, yeah, I'm gonna get the salary. Yeah,
Oh, salary. Wow.
yeah.
That's even
So
better, dude.
it's
That's even
a
better.
monthly thing. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yep.
And are they helping you move, or are they just telling you like,
Yeah, they
hey,
are. They are. Yeah.
oh sweet.
Hmm.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Did you start looking at places to stay there?
I
Or-
have. Yes, I have. That was
Sweet,
one.
dude.
That was literally one of the first things I fucking looked at, because I'm that fucking kind of person that like, hey man, can I potentially be here? All right, I'm gonna look at everything that I could possibly look at, even if it's just a fucking corner in the middle of the street.
Heck.
For some money, I'm going to fucking take it, man. That's just me. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that's awesome though, man. Like I'm actually really glad for you, man, to be able to do this, to finally get something that you'll, and hopefully you like it. Hopefully you like what you do. Like,
I mean, here,
hopefully it's
all right.
awesome.
Here's the thing: nothing's guaranteed. Okay, so even though I'm happy about this whole fucking thing and all that or whatever, nothing's guaranteed. A fucking
Until you get there, yeah. Until you get there
exactly.
and
So
you're
until
actually
I
doing
get
it, yeah.
there and until I'm like in a position where I can say like, okay, I'm guaranteed here and nothing else is gonna fucking like move me from here. Fucking meteor could hit me. I know that's unlikely, but like a meteor could hit me. My fucking grandmother could come up, could come back from the dead. I don't fucking know, man. I'm an atheist. I don't know how this shit works, but she could come back from the dead. It's fucking haunt me or whatever. And yeah, dude, like besides that, a lot of other people like in American stuff, like they could be like, hey, this guy is a fucking piece of shit, or why the fuck they don't deserve to be like respected within the whole like city or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. It's difficult to say, especially because like this is a place where uh people have such like different opinions of each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like uh sometimes people have like the best opinion of you because like they talk to you and whatnot, and then other times they're like, I don't want to talk to you, get the fuck out, and yeah, you're a piece of shit. Like I don't understand it myself, but that's how that's how it is. But yeah, man, like I think I think like in life, as long as you're accepting that the fact that most people are different, and the fact that like most of us are in here for the same reason, which is getting a better lifestyle and getting a better life in general, I think we're all gonna have a fantastic time. So yeah, dude.
Yeah. I mean, so what do you think you're gonna do? Like if you get to do this, what do you think is gonna be, other than getting your place to stay? What
Oh,
are you gonna what you're
I'm
gonna be
gonna
the
be
first thing
like,
to do?
I'm gonna be the, the
Get a new
fucking,
PC?
no. What's the word?
Uh,
I'm gonna be, service, customer service. Yeah, that it is. There it is.
oh no. I was saying like when you get your paycheck, like what's the first thing you're gonna go get with your paycheck? Like if you can
Oh, I'm
afford
gonna
it,
try to fucking
what are you
like
gonna spend
find
it?
a place to, have a good time with people, man.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking like drink some beers and laugh and that kind of shit, man. I don't give a fuck about money, dude. I don't know if I ever stressed this shit enough, but I don't give a fuck about money. Money is fucking irrelevant to me. Uh,
No,
I mean,
I just thought like you were gonna like get a new PC whenever you like save up
I
and get a
want
new
to get a
PC.
new PC. Don't get me wrong. I want to get a new PC, but money is relevant to me to the point of like, I want to get a better life. And to me, a better life is meeting people and getting to know people and you know,
Just
befriending
enjoying
people.
things. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't give a shit about like the fuck the computer, man. Like, what if I die tomorrow? You know what I'm saying? Like, the computer doesn't do shit for me. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
don't know.
that's
And
kind of where,
this
like, that's
rough,
kind of
but like,
where, you know, you had mentioned like doing more IRL stuff, and I know I've been kind of a uh, hermit, I guess, in some ways, like trying to just isolated for the most part. But I
yeah,
think I may start this fall. I may start. There's some events that they're going to be having that I may be going to try to meet, hang out with people, just to kind of get myself out there and be able to find other people who I can talk to and be able to get along with and that kind of stuff. So I think that's going to be a good step for me to kind of put myself out there and be able to do
fuck
that
yeah,
kind of
dude.
stuff.
Fuck yeah, man.
Um,
Do that shit, dude. Get some people on your side, bro. Get some motherfuckers on your side. Like, get to know some people. Not just on your country, but like in general. You know what I'm saying? Like, that are willing to accept you as a person and not just like some dipshit who has money. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it comes down to. Um. So yeah, dude, go for it, dude.
Yeah, they're they have these every year, and they're these local events where kind of breakfasts and stuff type events where people meet up and hang out.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be good for me to go do some of that kind of stuff and be able to find people who that way I can actually know in the neighborhood and be able to actually get along with in that way.
Yeah, dude, meet people in the fucking neighborhood, man, and like I'm not fucking, uh, Santa Claus or anything, but like if you need help, or like if you need like a support or whatever the fuck, reach out to me. If I can get to you, I'm gonna do it. Um, and just like in general, man, like just live life, dude. Live the fucking life, and I hope you are happy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hope you're happy. Like, you fucking have a good time. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird and everything is weird. Everything is awkward, but live life. Enjoy yourself. You know?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that I've been struggling with, is trying to like not take myself so seriously. I think that I take myself so seriously that I'm like, well, people should just kind of you know respect me or whatever, and all this stuff. But I'm not owed anything, and I don't necessarily warrant anything. So I think that it's good to be able to kind of venture out into the world and actually just do it, I guess. And I guess that's kind of like, Nike had the best kind of slogan, because it's like, just do it.
Yeah, just do it.
Because
Just fucking do it,
just do
man.
it, just go.
Just do it. Yeah.
It, but often I just like hold myself back. That's the problem. It's like that, but I think this will be good to kind of go and do these events, these breakfasts with people, um, and kind of get involved, especially getting involved here, where in things that actually matter, like in getting involved in trying to help things be better here.
Yeah, man. Like, don't think you're fucking like walking through a goddamn fucking like, I don't know, like a walkway or some shit, and you're like, oh goddamn, I'm not worth this place or whatever. I'm like, no, man, this. You know what I'm saying, like, if you're there, you're worth the fucking like you're worth everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, just do your thing, dude. Um, but the way I've been brought up and all that kind of shit, like for me, it's easy to just go with like the easier way and say, yeah, this is my way, man. This is how I enjoy myself, and this is how I have fun. You know what I'm saying? So instead of like waiting for somebody to say that, oh yes, this is how I go, and this is how I go. It's how I go. Just like fucking a party. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes it's not great, sometimes it's not good, sometimes it's shit, but we're still here. We're still enjoying ourselves, and yeah, party on, bro. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know what what exactly they're going to be doing, but I just know that I want to be involved and I want to help people here and be able to do something here with people here, and that's I think that's the best way to get involved is kind of find something like that where I can maybe somewhat make a difference or at least get some enjoyment out of it, being able to talk to people and do these things.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Either way, Ron joined us, so I'm gonna leave. Not because Ron joined us, but yeah, I'm drunk as fuck at this point, man. I need to find a new fucking path, dude. I need to find a fucking new path. But yeah, dude. Listen, here's what I'm gonna say, man. I'm fucking happy as shit, right? And so if I remain happy as shit, expect more of this from me. You know, not more of this like I'm a fucking doomer and fucking you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I don't like being like that, man. I want to be like a good person. I want to be a person that fucking like, you know, uh sort of transcends like good fucking energy, man. Rather than just like, hey man, I'm just gonna sit here and listen to the fucking conversation that those dumbasses. I don't like doing that, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, it's been increasingly difficult for me to just kind of stay in my bubble that I've tried to like create for myself because it's like, well, I have to deal with people, I have to deal with family, friends, stuff like that. I need to actually just kind of connect with more people. That's going to be what's going to be better in the long run to have
Yeah,
more
man.
people.
Yeah. Yeah, you do, bro. You do. You really do. That doesn't mean like you're gonna fucking have the greatest time of your life, but you really do need to connect to some of those motherfuckers, man. Because they got good times over there with the trucks. You know what I'm saying? They got good times, bro.
Yeah, but yeah, man, um that's what I'm looking forward to be able to go do some of these events and stuff. Hopefully it gets something good out of that, and hopefully everything goes good with your move and everything. Maybe
I
we'll.
fucking hope so too, man. I fucking hope so too, man. I hope I get like a Bulgarian woman. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
that I can cover or I can sort of like detach all of the fucking like understand or wrong, wrong understandings of like uh Bulgarian or Balkan women. Um, you know, yeah. I feel like I have to fucking like shave my chest though. I don't know.
I
I don't know.
mean,
Do women
yeah,
like? All right, so this is like a legit question. Do women like shaved chests, or do they like fucking like hairy chests over
I
there?
think that depends on the woman, but uh, most women probably don't like it. I would say, but there's probably some women who do like it. Depends.
So most
I would
women
say
like.
probably. I would say most women don't like it, but I could be wrong. But that's even
Mm,
if you did, even if you leave it, I would still shave it down a little bit because like don't
okay,
leave. You don't need to have the just the wall of chest hair. Like
why not? What's wrong with that?
well, I mean, most women want to most women want to actually be able to, you know, touch you, and if they're like
Well,
grabbing fur.
they can fucking touch me, man. I'm just gonna feel like a fuzzy. It's like a
Just to
bear, man.
feel
It's
like a
like a
woolly
fucking
bear.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a teddy bear. That's how is that bad, man? I can't show how that's bad, dude. I think that's great.
I don't know. I'm just saying it depends on the woman, but I don't. Krim is the only woman can attest to whether
Yeah, I'm trying to ask a question here.
can
Trying to ask
attest.
her a question here. How she feels about petting a teddy
Well, if
bear.
she's if you put it that way, she'll probably just say yes. But oh jeez.
You're you are ruining my chances, man. Because she's listening to the
Look.
whole thing.
Oh yeah, she's probably gonna say no. If I had to guess,
Yeah,
most
yeah.
women are probably not gonna like the. I think it takes a particular type of like woman to be able to enjoy having a furry man. Now, obviously, like so,
Mm,
like it's
when you
weird. I think chest hair is less uh enjoyable than um like leg hair. So like if you have hairy legs or you have like hairy arms, I think that's more like more women will like that kind of stuff, but they won't like. I don't think they'll like a hairy chest. Just weird, one of the weird things.
so you think more women would like teddy bear fucking bears and just a dude hanging out there like okay I potentially fucking threw like a woman into the fucking that's what you think that's crazy man it's like no one's gonna fucking that shit's not gonna fly bro. It's all good though.
So,
It's all good. Don't get me wrong. It's all good.
yeah,
But it's not. It's just not gonna fly. You know what I'm saying.
yeah. So I don't know if you heard this, but did you hear about Britain? They lost their prime minister resigned.
Yep.
Boris.
Mm-hmm. I heard that. I heard a lot of people were fucking happy as fuck about it too.
Yeah, all the people who, I mean, pretty much everybody hated Boris. I don't think anybody liked Boris. Like, that's the problem. Is like even some of the people who sucked like presidents in America. There's somebody who
I mean,
usually
I
likes
didn't
him.
hate the guy.
I don't think I I didn't like him. He wasn't
Yeah,
good,
I mean, I
but
didn't
I
like
didn't
him
hate
either,
him.
but I didn't hate him anyways. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you can literally be like set up like fucking vision shits like over here and over there and whatnot with the whole situation. But no, go on, keep going on.
Yeah, but apparently it was because all of his people were resigning, and essentially he was gonna have to be able to like replace them. And he was just like, "Well, screw it, I'm just gonna resign." And it's weird because in America, like this just doesn't happen. Like the president's the president. Like
You wish
he's not gonna.
you
I mean, I
fuck.
wish they would. I wish Biden would resign. But that's not gonna
Yeah,
happen.
you fucking wish, man. It's not gonna happen. You can live through Biden fucking resolution or whatever the fuck for a long time until you reach like a position of yeah, parking the fucking plane or whatever.
I mean, I don't think like I don't think anybody likes Biden, but I don't think anybody would actually like want to like say, hey, like we need to actually get him out of here. Like they're just like, well, let him do the 4 years and then we'll vote him out. I guess like it's kind of
I
the
mean,
vibe.
I think people will like just let it go. I think people will just be like, hey, easier, yeah, whatever, let him go. I think that's what people are gonna do. But hey, man, you're feel free to like question me otherwise, because I don't know. I'm just sitting here and enjoying life, I guess.
But Boris. Oh yeah, I like this one. Apparently, Joe Biden actually, if I can find the clip, there he actually said he was reading a teleprompter and he said, "End quote," and repeat the line. Like he was repeating what it was supposed to be. He was supposed to say
Yep.
something and he was supposed to repeat it, and then he he couldn't repeat it. He just had to say, "Repeat the line."
Mm-hmm.
He literally said it. So, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's the kind of what we're dealing with in America. So it sucks. Honestly, if America had Boris, it would probably be more boring because Boris was just boring overall. But it would have been better than having like Biden because he can't even talk. At least Boris could talk. Jesus. Uh, but yeah, all the you know, people from UK are like super stoked that he's gone because they were like, oh yeah, you know, like he was terrible. I'm like, how was he terrible? He didn't do anything.
Yeah. No, exactly, man. So I think you like I think you have a great time like doing the same thing. For somebody or whatever the fuck, like at least the area of the concert scene or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So like you're gonna enjoy you can enjoy the fucking participation or whatever the fuck you want to call it of Sophia and yeah, all those places. So I'm saying, yeah. Cheers.
How many of you had pig?
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
How like are you pretty tolerant or do you is it like you start getting woozy after a few?
What do you, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
How's your alcohol tolerance? Like, are you like, do
It's
you?
I mean it's pretty high, man. It's pretty high. I
Uh,
it wasn't high. I'd be calling like all kinds of names and I'd be fucking like preaching to the Lord. Which I mean I kind of been doing like I've been watching The Preacher on Amazon Prime again, and I love that fucking show, dude.
Mm, yeah,
Have you ever
I
watched it?
haven't watched it. No, I haven't watched it.
You've never watched that shit?
No.
Fuck you know, I mean, you watch the fucking Preacher on either AMC or Amazon Prime. It's so good. It is so good, dude. So good.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch. Apparently, everybody keeps recommending the Boys on Amazon Prime. So
Oh, it's also so good.
yeah, I
Both
I
are
need
so
to.
good.
Yeah, I just I don't usually watch anything on Amazon, so I don't think about it. But yeah, I should probably give that a watch.
So the thing is, granted, I mean, granted, the fucking like, the situation is that like you have to crawl back to your, vegetation situation dealio, and the person that was behind you or that was following you or whatever the fuck, they have to go through all the other bullshit. I can tell you that like, yeah, that's just a bunch of fucking fantasy, and they're also all of them gonna be fucking like part of this whole fucking shit. So we're all good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is interesting. The Japan introduced a prison sentence for if you do online insults, if you insult somebody online, you could actually be in jail for up to a year.
With
This is
Japan,
crazy. Yeah, Japan. Yeah, if you insult somebody online, apparently it's because a lot of the popular like figures they got oh well actually they tell about in this thread a reality TV star in Japan got his mother got bullied online or something like that, and so they're trying to defend those kind of people, like because they're saying like, hey, these people are coming after them online, and it makes them, um, you know, they had a lot of issues with those kind of
You
things.
see what I'm
So
saying, dude? You see what I'm saying? Like this dipshit over here, like Shinzo Abe's death in shooting shocks Japan, nation with strict gun laws, right? You could perfectly be on the fucking like main dealio here. The other, all the other dipshits, they're not gonna be in the same fucking place. So yeah, dude. Fucking I wanna like murder somebody, bro. How can I do it? Please explain to me.
I have no clue. Um, so that was I thought that was pretty weird that they would try to um punish people for insulting people online because you
I
don't
think
know
it's
what
good.
they're actually gonna.
I think it's good. I think they
Yeah,
should do it more. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I think they should replace, like our situation with like an actual fucking proper situation. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Oh gosh. So the let's see, where's
See?
this is another thing that was trending. I don't know if you've seen it, but in a lot of the countries in Europe now, they're protesting the EU regulations on the farming, and so a lot of them are having to like take their tractors out there, and because they're not going to pay them to do any farming, so these people can't even feed their families, so they're going out with the tractors and they're protesting on the streets, and some of them are have gotten really creative. Um, they actually sprayed some manure on one of the city offices or whatever, like where they in the main one of the main cities. They put some like were spraying manure all over it. Uh, so yeah, that was weird that they. I mean, I'll say it. That was crazy that they've done that kind of stuff. They've had to the farmers have had to protest that way. They've had to go out and actually defend their farms with their actual tractors and stuff. Oh, and this was cool. They so people actually want you to eat the bugs. There was this video going viral of this lady was actually eating some kind of actress. That was Nicole Kidman. She was actually eating bugs live on camera for this kind of like bit that they were doing. They were trying to encourage people to eat bugs somehow. It was really strange that they would like promote like eating bugs. Oh yeah, these are so good. They're trying to make you think that it's a good thing. And I just don't know how people could get behind that. Nobody should eat the bugs. Well, that's weird. Let's see. Did you? So I thought this was weird too. The EU Parliament, the EU Parliament votes to condemn the U.S. Supreme Court ruling overturning Roe v. Wade, and say what you will, but I think it's weird about the EU having to weigh in on every single thing that the US does, that happens in the US, regardless of how you felt about the actual ruling. It's weird that the EU has to like comment on every single thing that the US is doing. Like they have to like can vote to condemn it or whatever. It doesn't make any sense how they have to like tell the US what we're doing or whatever. um, so this is it just goes to show that like the the EU, they just have to be some kind of against the US, and they're trying to show how great that they are compared to the US. And I think it's a lot of it is trying to get people to come work and live in the EU as opposed to being in America. And I don't know why so many people who hate America or whatever, they don't just live at places that talk about how they hate America or whatever it may be. It's just really weird, and it goes back to more of like what Krim was saying about balkanization in the US, and I think that it would be better to balkanize than to have like a lot of these people who are going and trying to move to other countries and just import the same ideas, because it's only going to lead to destruction of some of those countries and stuff. So it's really weird how the EU has to weigh in on everything that we do and everything that our leaders say. Um, at least in one way, like they can't. Oh, I get it. Yeah, Krim. He wanted you to do his job. That's the thing. Yep. So yeah, it's a um yeah, I just find it weird that the EU has to like weigh in on everything that we do. Even Canada, the Krim, like you can say this, like even Canada, when Trudeau has to weigh in on everything that the US does, do you not find that weird as a Canadian that he's talking about the US instead of talking about what he's doing for Canada? I would think honestly that would insult me as a citizen of the country to like have your leader talking about like if they were diplomatic relations, like hey, we need to get along with this country, we need to do these things, it would be different. But when it's like hey, this country bad or this country doing something wrong, unless it's like legitimate wrong, if it's perceived wrong, it's more of like, hey, Trudeau, like with the gun thing, it's weird because I thought Canada was pretty welcoming to guns for the most part, except for, I mean, obviously, except for like semi-autos, kind of like what Americans like. I thought that they kind of enjoyed having that aspect. I mean, there's a reason that uh you have the wildlife there and people go hunting and stuff like that. I wouldn't think that Canada, would care about the U.S. having shooting or something like that, and Trudeau having to say things like he's banning people from the U.S. from coming because of shooting problem or something like that. All these kind of like weird posturing that Trudeau has to do. What what are your opinions of Trudeau? Like, because Trudeau has to be even in the most Canadian sense. I would think that Trudeau is probably universally hated, and I don't know how he won if he's so universally hated. It's just really odd that Trudeau can get away with just trying to comment on every other country and act like Canada's so great whenever he doesn't do anything to actually seemingly put Canadians in a good position. I just don't understand this whole trend of like world leaders wanting to try to, and I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it look like they're the best place to for you to live, for you to be able to go to and everything. So it doesn't make sense to me though why that you can't have that and have you can't have that ability to do that kind of stuff and could convince people to come to your country and not have to talk about every other country all the time. I would think that you could say my country is great because it's great, and that would be kind of the thing. But a lot of leaders now just want to talk, trash talk other countries. It's almost like you're like in a COD lobby, but for actual countries. Uh, like they're just talking trash to each other, and they don't really care. Like they're just there to fight it out online, of course, not actually go to war, but then I think that's the new war is the online war with countries. So there's an online war of like who looks better, who sounds better, who acts better, or whatever. Oh yeah, here. If you want to see this clip, there is the clip of our dear leader. He actually says, so let's see. I don't know if you can. I want to see if I can do this the right way. Maybe you guys can hear it. Let's see. No. I was gonna see if I could play it, but regardless, he says, he actually says, end quote, repeat the line. And so it's pretty funny to have a leader on the world stage doing something like that, just openly, just not being able to speak properly. But it's not just about being able to speak properly, like um Ron said, the you do need to be able to actually lead and actually do something for your people that you're supposedly leading. So I think that we've got nothing out of Biden, and I don't think anybody's got out anything out of Trudeau. I mean, Biden even used the death of the Japanese prime minister to talk about his agenda of what he wanted to, like, oh yeah, this is yeah, he got shot, this is why we need to ban more guns, even though Japan has the strictest gun laws. Like the guy made a pipe gun, and that's how he was able to actually commit this act. He was actually able to go and put pipes in like a 2x4s together to be able to make a gun, which is crazy. And then that's what it like if people who are like anti-gun, I guess. That's the only thing that I could tell them like, well, look, this country had the most strict gun laws, and then they still and someone still made one out of pipes. It's crazy. So there's no way to stop evil. There's no way to stop the evil that's going to happen. It would just be better for the people who aren't evil to actually have something there if they need it. So this was actually interesting. So I follow Atlanta Phase, and um they actually posted a tweet and they took it down, and I was really surprised that they did because um there it was really it it was really weird tweet. It wasn't I don't think it was meant wrong, but the people somehow they posted a retraction of it, and so I was super confused about it. It didn't make any sense, but let me see if I can find it. Oh no. Let's see here. So they posted this tweet and they were joking about they basically took the male gamers that they have as part of their teams, and they made them they use some kind of app or whatever to make them look female. And so now they were like, "Oh yeah, yeah, how many drinks to take them home?" And then they post this retraction, which they were like, "Oh yeah, like this is." They were like, "This is misogynistic or whatever. It's not okay. We need to do better. We're trying to do better and all this stuff." I didn't see anything wrong with the tweet. I think it's weird for a number of reasons because like they were trying to like take their it took like their male employees and like male gamers like the game um the esports players, and they took them and made them like look like women, and then they were like, yeah, you know how many drinks to take them home. And it's like, well, that's really weird. Uh, like honestly, I would have said you could have done this and done this funnier and just been like, okay, which one would you date? Like that. I think that would have been more acceptable, and I think that a lot of people would have gotten behind that. But I don't think that inherently uh, this is like misogynistic or whatever, like they're saying. What they're just meaning is like how many drinks would it take for you to want to go home with one of these people, and I don't think it necessarily means uh like means sexual connotation, but maybe they did, but I don't think like if you want to go like spend time with somebody, I don't think that that's like inherently some kind of like misogynistic thing or whatever. Hey, take like I don't think taking someone home inherently is just I don't know. It was weird that they apologized for something like that. So yeah. Weird thing. These companies are so weird with how they are trying to portray themselves as like good thing. Like I don't see why this company has to make this statement. The company did like you don't have any reason to like go and manually like apologize and say, "Hey, excuse us," unless you actually do wrong, like you legitimately do harm. I don't think that these companies should be like apologizing and posting. There's a meme of If I can find the meme, it's like, hey, our company. Let's see. Oh man, I can't find it. But there's like there's it's like, hey, we're sorry. We did something wrong, and we there's like a template, and I think all these companies actually follow that template unironically. But none of them have any reason to apologize. Like, there's no reason because some people get uppity and some people get upset about a tweet or whatever. It shouldn't be something that immediately gets people riled up and gets them uppity about all of it. But it's weird because some of these people think that, like, actual the people who are upset, they think that anytime any slight is actual violence. Like, they think any wrong to them is actual violence, and that's part of the issue. Especially in America, it's like one of those issues where if you say the wrong thing, then you could be in trouble. Like, you could be the next one on the chopping block, I guess, and that's the issue. Like, we don't need to be so soft and so easily upset by every little thing that goes on all the time. And it's these terminally online people like that get really uppity about everything.
Is Pig asleep?
Yes. Yes. So this has been a solo deal. I've been struggling, man. Yeah.
I'll come in here and talk to you.
Yeah.
You got like 20 something minutes. I just got done doing like a freaking hour and a half speech, so I'm
Oh,
warming up, I
nice.
guess.
Yeah. So what was it about the? Were you guys doing some talking about the dev talk of?
You know, I run a little thing for Splinterlands, and
Oh, okay.
I had a team meeting that I was leading. So
Nice.
yeah,
Splinterlands, I noticed that they're kind of on the up and up. Like, they keep a lot of people are. There was some kind of new project. What is it, Flame or something like that? Like, where they're gonna have a essentially Steam for Web3. They called themselves, like, so it's like a Steam. It's like a client where you can play Splinterlands on that they're gonna be added to something like that. I thought that
huh?
was pretty cool.
I
Yeah, yeah.
didn't
Hold
even
on, let
know
me
about
see if
that.
I. Yeah, hold on. Let me see this. They got it added to it. Let's see. Wait. Yeah, here we go. It's this. Yeah, so Flame Store XYZ. They say that uh they're going to be or well, I don't know if they already have the platform launched, but it says Splinterlands is going to be a part of it. They're going to be on there. I think they already have a beta for this, but it's like, so you can play. You can just open up a client and play the game.
Okay, interesting. I really don't know why that you would need that, but I mean, you just go to splinterlands.com. But okay, cool.
Well, so, like,
No, I mean, I
for
understand how that
me, it's like,
actually it
yeah,
helps Splinterlands quite a bit, but
yeah.
to be on their game store, if the game store is anything that anybody cares about. But as far as like the players and stuff, like it seems inconvenient to me.
No, for me, it would be more convenient to have something like that because so if I had to go to like a site manually to play So, say the new Battlefield or whatever, if I had to go to a website and play that instead of having like the Steam client where I can have all my games and be able to do that, it's much better to have like a client for the gaming. I guess kind of it makes more sense to me at least.
Um, yeah, but I mean, if everything was in Steam, right? But this isn't Steam, so that's a second client that you have to open to get to it, and it's like you might as well just like, you're already on a web browser right now. You've got a web browser open anytime you have your computer on, like without a doubt.
Yeah,
Like yeah,
that's true.
and I type in like SPL into my browser, and it knows I want to go to splinterlands.com. Like that's all I got to do.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just it's like I like it. I'm not against it. I just don't see. Um, I see it as I don't know. I mean, if like there's just a shit ton of Web3 games and it really catches on, like it could be cool. But we'll see.
Yeah, it seems like there's going to be a lot more Web3 games added, so I think it's going to be good for Web3 to have games all in that kind of place. The only problem that I see is that other than like Splinterlands, a lot of the Web3 games are kind of lacking. So it's kind of frustrating to have try to find any games that are decent that are decentralized like that way.
Yeah, yeah. I can imagine. Um, yeah. I mean, I
But
don't know.
I think it's kind of like like original game industry at this point for Web3 kind of games because they're trying to figure out how to. I think the Web3 people know how to handle the blockchain side of things. They just don't know how to do the game side of things. And if they had people who were like traditional game developers and they had them on a Web3 project, I think that would be better for them. But they're trying to like make the game without really knowing how to make a just really well polished game.
Yeah,
But yeah, except for the team of Splinterlands, like they knocked it out of the park. So um, but yeah, that's the problem with like Web3 is like you get these really piss poor quality games that are just what am I playing? Like what's the purpose of
yeah.
this?
They're vaguely disguised cash grabs.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, hey, here's we have a bunch of these NFT items that you can get to put on your character. Okay, well what do they do for my character? Oh,
Right.
nothing. They're just they're cosmetic. They now if this were like a really good like game if there was a good game underneath it. So for instance, this is why I've been trying to tell I don't know why people can't get it, but I've been trying to tell them. So like for me enjoying something like a shooter game like Call of Duty or whatever, if they just adopted an NFT model for their cosmetics, it would be much better because then I have the ownership of the item on the blockchain and I still get to use it in the game. And they, Call of Duty normally that I like playing Call of Duty, and it's pretty
They don't want to
consistently
do that.
good game.
The thing is like they don't
Yeah,
want to do that because then, I mean, like if you actually own the asset and it's not like just you have the privilege of using that asset, um, then you can go sell it,
yeah,
and then
that's
you
why
can
they
sell
don't
it
do
to
it. But
yeah, you can sell it to another player, instead of and then so that other player doesn't have to buy it from Call of Duty, which then like undercuts their whole like monopoly on skins, and they don't
well,
like that.
I don't think it necessarily would like. So here's where I think they could do it is if you had like a um if you change some of the variations. So right now their model sucks to me worse than what it would suck if they did some kind of NFT model. Because right now what they're doing is they're like, okay, here's like a $20 pack with a bunch of useless junk, and then there's a decent skin. But if they did just $20 for the decent skin, instead of having, because right now they're trying to justify the $20 with with the extra junk that they're throwing in, like, calling cards, weapon charms, and all these things, doodads that I don't really care for. I wanted the skin on the character. I wanted the cool looking dude or cool looking chick that they have in the game. But what they're doing is they're packaging it with a bunch of junk.
Mm.
But if you have this sort of rarity model, then you can say, okay, well, now I have like a 1 in 100 skin, and it's $40. And if someone pays that $40, what do I care after the fact? Like, what? There's there's no resale value to the skins as it stands. So if I there are people who already sell their accounts now just because they have skins on their accounts, even though that's against their TOS, even though all this, they still sell the accounts, and it's they can do it. There's a ways that they can get around it and do it. You know, what are you gonna do? I mean, just it would make it easier for people who don't. Okay, well, I'm done with this game. I'm going to sell my skins, or maybe I want to get a different skin. Maybe I want to get a more expensive skin. Maybe I want to buy your
They,
sixty
they don't.
dollars
They
skin,
don't
and
think
I'm
that far
selling my
ahead.
40.
They want
Yeah,
the monopoly. That's all they care about. They want the total control. They don't want people like. That's why it's against the terms of service to sell your account. That's why, like, like they don't understand this kind of stuff. Like that's what Splinterland. I gotta say, man, Matt Yaba P. Matt. He's the co-founder of Splinterlands. Like aggro is kind of more in the limelight, but dude, Matt is the reason why that game is such a huge success. This dude is a freaking genius when it comes to like economies and like understanding he hasn't been perfect at it, but you literally can't be. But he's been so damn
yeah,
good, like it's uncanny. Um, like for some person to like really understand like the different things that happen in the game, man, are like the way it's all structured and like you combine cards, which is deflationary, and so like
hmm
it breeds scarcity and like um, you know, the different ways of like how they roll out their releases, about
yeah,
like how all the assets that like the different ways of like owning and combining and utilizing these assets, right? Like I can actually just go out and buy a bunch of cards, bring them out to a certain level, whatever level I feel like is the best one for the maximum profitability, and then just rent them and never even play the game and make money off of it.
yeah.
Like you can do stuff
Hmm.
like that. You can, like there's just like the economy of this game is wild. Like I'm in awe of it every single time. Like I just like once you get kind of a step back and look at it, um, like the person who understands these kinds of things are going to be who really succeeds in these kinds of markets, like these free markets. And yeah, they just dude, some people just don't freaking get it. And these corporations, they had their time, man. I mean, they're going back on like the Nintendo kind of has set the tone for this. Nintendo, I mean, all the way back in NES days, kind of stuff like that. Because, uh,
Well, they don't even want to, like, Nintendo's. This was a big thing to me, and especially with NFTs now. Imagine selling, like, all they're so mad about people uh doing digital copies of their, like, old games. So like the what do you call it? I'm thinking of it. My
ROMs,
brain's what?
ROMs,
Yeah, so like selling ROMs. Yeah. So like you could make an NFT of the ROM and sell it, and um have it be, set capped at a certain, 10,000 of this ROM or whatever, and you can set that economy in some ways, and just
they don't
kind of
want to,
let that, you could
they don't want
monetize
to
it.
cap it
Like
though.
they don't want to monetize it. It's so
Well, no,
weird.
they don't want to cap it. They like the thing is, man, they've been making good money. Like here, if you understand video game history, then you kind of understand where all this comes from. Because like back in the early '80s, there was what was called like the video game crash.
Yeah.
Like once computers started becoming a thing and becoming more accessible, right at the very beginning of the '80s, video games really, really took off, and it kind of turned into a bubble. And what
Yeah,
happened was,
they were making a bunch of junk games, and then people were like, They didn't want to buy all these crappy games that were poorly launched and everything.
Well, it's not
That
even
that
that
that's kind
though.
of what.
That's part of it, but one of the main contributors was they didn't really have good copyright stuff either, or not copyright, but like copy protection. So the good games, the ones that actually were good and not crap, people were just copying it. Like you just stuck it in your computer, made a copy on a 5.5 inch floppy, and handed it over to your friend. You know,
Oh,
or
like
five
the
and a quarter.
DRM stuff, kind of like how
Yeah.
they've added more and more DRM protections for the games.
And so like they learned that lesson, like, and Nintendo did a really good job. Like they learned that lesson, and then they decided. I mean, because when Nintendo launched the Favicon, which was the NES in the
Mhm.
United States, like everybody thought they were crazy because man, this video game crash just happened. What they did is they understood what caused it, and like and they addressed like the two main things they addressed was copy protection, the DRM stuff, and they addressed the uh, the quality. Like everything had the Nintendo seal of approval before they could go out. And like if you were a game developer and you want to develop for NES, that you had to be approved by Nintendo. Your game had to be approved by Nintendo, or else it wouldn't get released. Um,
Yeah.
and like they had strict, very very strict guidelines, like including like different, like we don't want like any filth or dirty stuff. Plus it's got to be a really good game, or else you don't get put on Nintendo. You don't get
Well,
a
I mean,
cart.
even now, they still have that kind of. Now they've loosened it a little bit because some of the ports that they get are really bad because people have said like, hey, this port to the Switch sucks or whatever.
Oh
But
yeah, yeah.
but like
And
overall, like they've tried to maintain that sort of exclusive, like you can't really publish to the Switch without getting the Nintendo, like, a seal of approval.
well, here's the thing. So you got to think like pre NES days was one era. Now we're
Mhm.
in this other era, and but the thing is like, dude, I understand why Nintendo did what they did at the time and are doing what they're doing right now, because it worked. What they identified a problem, they solved that problem, and have made a fucking killing. And then so like it's that model. Like you kind of like they've built up their entire business model around that. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know? And so like
Yeah,
they're continuing that like from that projection to this day. It ain't broke, don't fix it. And we're just continuing on, like good, wholesome, clean fun for the family that everybody can enjoy. I mean, that's like that's the essence of the Wii, which is like the
yeah,
number one selling game console ever. Because like it was like 5-year-olds were playing it, and then like retirement homes were like old folks homes were buying them, like and everywhere in
yeah.
between. Like that, it became the biggest selling game console in the world, because they kind of stuck with that policy. And they've had a lot of success with this kind of philosophy and this kind of business practices. And then also with all the, like, oh, we'll shut you down for copying stuff and all that, or even if you even like attempt to copy, or you look at it funny, like, you know,
Yeah.
I. But they've had the reason why they're like that is because they've had success doing that, and they've had great success. But now we're starting to get into a new era of gaming where it's actually we're coming at an impasse. It's a very important fork in the road because on one spectrum we're starting to see games as a service rather than ownership of games, like back in the cartridge and disc era. We're starting.
Yeah, and that's like this is where like Microsoft, if they wanted to, if they were serious, and I don't think they're gonna be, I don't think they're gonna take this seriously. But if there was, if you could make a Microsoft competitor now, say even Epic Games. So I don't really like Epic's Games client, but if they launched if somehow they made an Epic Games console, right? They launched their own console, and but their philosophy behind the new console was you get actual legitimate digital ownership of of your games in your digital wallet, as opposed to having this sort of model of we're loaning the game to you, loaning a digital copy of the game to you, or we're loaning even now they're trying to do Game Pass. as much as I like it for cheap way to get access to a lot of games, you can also tell that like, hey, this is a very much a rent. It's very much like a blockbuster style. You're renting the games, and if they take the games off the shelves, you can't rent them anymore. Kind of
Yeah.
model.
Well, I
Um,
mean, the thing's always going to exist too. Like and there is this kind of balance of like, you got to keep the servers on for a game, that like especially online games or any games that have online content. You
yeah.
got to keep running servers to allow players to play that. Well, how long do you do that after you stop making sales? Like, let's just say you spent $10 million making a game, and then you made like millions more selling it. But then now you're hosting these servers and the infrastructure for it and the technicians to keep it up and running and keep it smooth. How long are you expected to do that after the game stops selling? Like forever? Like I wouldn't say
Yeah.
forever.
Well, what I would
Uh,
say is, as long as this is what I would say. As long as you've and this has been my problem with like the older games that are on backwards compatibility that have online capability. So, for instance, they're selling old versions of Call of Duty, which I would still play. Honestly, I would still play some of them online if they had a player base. But the reason that they don't have a player base is because there's so many hackers and they refuse to update that game, but they're still selling it on the store. Now, to me, at some point, if someone had enough money, and most gamers don't have enough money, unfortunately, but if there was a gamer who actually had enough money to challenge them on that, I think that they have a legal standing in some way. Now, obviously, they may have some kind of clause in there, like, hey, once you purchase the game, it doesn't matter how bad crappy the game is, you're stuck with it, kind of thing. Uh, but I think that kind of model is not like, you should not be selling these games if you cannot sustain them. So essentially, if they want to shut the servers down, okay, fine, shut the servers down, stop selling the copies of the game. But the way it works now is they sell copies of the game, but you technically can't even play it, really, like the
yeah.
way it was intended to be played. And that's what my biggest frustrations with like the modern gaming industry is, like the whole idea that they don't want to embrace you actually owning the stuff. They don't want to embrace, because if I buy the even if I buy the disc, technically when I download the digital copy or whatever, which from the disc, I still don't really necessarily own it, which is frustrating because I paid for the disc,
Yeah.
and I still buy some of the physical games just because I like to, I like put the disc, pop a disc in there and just play the game, but it doesn't make sense why they can't just kind of, there was even, God, what was it, what was that failed Intellivision Amico? They were planning on doing, even though that, I don't think that ever had enough funding to actually work. They had a plan to essentially do it. I don't think it wasn't really NFT, but it was almost, you would have a little card that you would insert, that they showed in a demo one time, that you would be able to just essentially play. It would download. You almost did have a digital wallet in the game console, and then that way you'd be able to play play the games that way. Like, you would have your digital wallet for the games that you've inserted with the card. Like you would download the game by using the digital card, and then it would have it like in your wallet in your game library, and that would be, you don't really have to put the disc in again, because it doesn't kind of make sense if you're going to download it digitally anyway. And that's one of the weird things about like the modern consoles is like, okay, well, you got to put the disc in. Well, why did I have to download all this digitally anyway if you don't want me to
Yeah.
put if so
Well,
none of it makes sense.
and then also, I mean, like, there's actual like physical games you can go to Walmart and buy. You come home, you pop open the cellophane, you open up the case, and it's just a fucking code to redeem the game from online.
Yeah. Uh, that I don't understand at all. Like, there's no reason to have the
There is one reason for it. If it's a
what?
digital only game and you want to pay in cash.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah,
But still, it's kind of funny. Or maybe even like if you just want to buy the digital game, but you're like one of those guys who has all of his games on a shelf and you're a collector and you want the actual case too.
yeah, true. But a lot of these would be able to justify um physical releases if they could actually get what they're what it's worth out of I think that's why a lot of like the newer ones will go digital only because it's going to be easier for them to do that and it's less investment to begin with
Yeah.
now so
I don't know, but we're coming up like I was saying earlier, we're coming up to an impasse. And this is like this it's a fork in the road where like on one path you don't own any of the games you play anymore. It's
mhm.
all pretty much you're renting it. You're renting for the privilege of playing it. And then on the other side, it's complete ownership. It's a like you own the digital assets and they're tied to your cryptographic address. You know, and it's gonna be interesting how that plays out because it does seem to be moving in two like splitting completely to two different opposite sides. And which honestly, like if you look at like the corporate kind of structure, um, like everything seems to be moving towards everything as a service,
Yeah,
where they don't
yeah, I
want you
mean
to they don't want you to own a
every
computer anymore.
single every single digital product is becoming a service completely.
Well, I mean, even
um
yeah, just like
even the Xbox, so like even the Xbox ecosystem. So like they're trying to make it where you could play Xbox without having an Xbox.
well, I mean, I think even like
Um,
car ownership, they're trying to do that.
well,
Like I mean,
with the
take it out of the
EVs for sure.
yeah.
The
Well, I mean,
EVs they're trying to make it where like, hey, you've got to get through approved dealers and all this stuff to do to even get your car updated. That's really weird to have to go to your dealer to update your car to actually get it to work.
yeah.
Uh, those kind of things are really weird. But
What they're gonna be doing is like the way I see it, um, especially in big places like New York and stuff.
mhm,
In the future, it's going to be like companies are going to have fleets of EVs that
yeah,
drive around and pick
some of them
people up.
autopilot. Yeah,
Yeah, all
the robo
autopilot.
taxis. Yeah,
Yeah,
robo taxis. Yeah, yeah.
and basically, and it's going to be kind of like one of those things. The people who, only the big corporations are going to be able to afford doing this stuff, and it's going to basically price everybody else out of the market unless you're really rich. So, like the poor people are going to be dependent on, a
The
vehicle
robo
as
taxis.
yeah,
Yeah,
vehicle as a
you
service rather than a vehicle
yeah.
as an ownership asset. Like that's what we're moving. Like every healthcare as a service, lawyers as a service. Everything is going to be a service. Like it's going to be like a subscription base. Um, and if you don't pay that subscription to do this thing, then
Although lawyers as a service might be better.
actually no. Look, this is
Although,
something that I said that because I've actually done that before. Uh,
really,
there was a thing like I don't know. I was kind of a let's just say I was a rebellious teen, and
mm,
then like and so I found this like thing. It was like basically, hey, if you get a traffic ticket, if you get this stuff, like you just pay this monthly fee, and it was like $20 a month, $30 a month, and you need a lawyer, then you got one, and I did that, but it was crap.
yeah. Well,
Yep, we're off.
I think that's at the end. I don't know if Pig's gonna be able to actually hit the end, or well, it'll go off MSP waves, but I don't know if he's gonna be able to stop the show on his end.
He's not, but it doesn't matter. He can stream all night.
uh,
It's not going to affect anything.
okay.
Yeah, he can wake up in the middle of the
That's
night and
that's neat that you guys were able to set that up, though. Honestly, I bet that was a little bit difficult to engineer.
what's that? Oh, the whole MSP Wave stuff.
Yeah, only coming live now whenever and going off or whatever whenever
Yeah, so
we have the stream.
you know that meeting stuff I was talking about?
Hmm.
Yeah, so for Splinterlands, I run Splinterlands TV.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Yeah.
it's MSP Waves, but it's all Splinterlands content.
Mm.
And it's live right now. I mean, he's doing like a new show just flipped over, and
Check this out.
it's just different people from all around the world and different languages doing this stuff. But yeah, man, it's getting super sophisticated now. Um,
Looks like Splinterlands gets decent viewership.
yeah, yeah, it's getting better and better. We've been slowly grinding. I mean, yeah, we're still at only like what is it, 1.3 thousand followers. But
Well,
yeah,
and I noticed that the just on the DApps they're like top 100 DApps already. So
Splinterlands is pretty much consistently number one in DApps.
yeah,
Unless like you include gambling DApps. Gambling DApps are so heavily botted that like they're like, oh, 15 million daily active users.
yeah.
It's just
I
some.
think even among that though, Splinterlands is like top 100.
Yeah,
So it's
but
pretty
like
crazy.
as far as gaming DApps go, it's number one. Like, and if you look at volume of like dollar amount daily volume, um, like Axie Infinity is number one, but
Oh yeah,
Axie
yeah.
Infinity has like barely any players. Like it's just all
Didn't actually get hacked recently? Apparently.
they've had some bad shit happen. Yeah, like one of their DAO or something got fucked up, and I mean it's just been one. I don't even understand why people still keep it in. Like I don't even understand how that game has any value. It's not fun to play. I've never played it though, so I can't tell you that from personal experience, just from what I hear. It's not fun to play. Everything is like prohibitively expensive. So like only you've got to be fucking pretty rich to even want to like be able to play it. And then like it just like for a while there at the beginning, like they were trying to use it on ETH, and that's why I had so much. I got billions in fucking
Fraction.
money,
Yeah.
and but you couldn't use it. You couldn't play it.
Yeah.
It wa- and like it was costing like $100 just to play a match.
Yeah.
Well, they got that fixed, but it was still costing hundreds to fucking like just buy cards or trade cards or whatever. Like every transaction was like just like they moved the transactions off the ETH chain, and just made only made the NFTs. You know, the NFTs you can't move them off the chain or else then it's not a DApp anymore. Um, they fucking,
Yeah.
oh, dude! And then they had that fucking huge hack, and I mean, and every bit of like, all their roadmap and development and all this stuff, it's just like one failure after another, and it's like, dude, they released a broken game that has been fucking up for now like 3 years, and people keep on buying this shit. I don't fucking get it. Like, there must be something they see that I don't, and I don't have enough perspective for it because fuck.
I think it's there's sort of I read something about this and it was I think it's true to some degree. Like it's called like first movers advantage. So like
Oh
the
yeah.
first thing that gets moving is the thing that's going to take off regardless
Well,
of how good or bad it is to some degree. And I
they're
think
not the first mover though, right?
well no, I'm talking about like the when I say first mover, I mean like the like first thing that start gaining traction. So like the
Crypto
it
Kitties.
was huh
Crypto Kitties beat them by a long
really
shot. Crypto Kitties was fucking huge. You don't
Hmm.
remember those?
No.
Dude, everybody was talking about that. I mean, if you were in any kind of like crypto circles, oh shit, I mean that was like close to like I mean ETH was pretty young at the time too. It wasn't brand new, but it was just a couple years old, and then Kitties got launched, and it's not really a game. It's kind of got game like like you combine them and they mutate and stuff like that. And I mean, these things were selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars a piece, and this was back when ETH was like a couple of $100 or something. Um,
Yeah,
and it
might
was
be
just
back there soon.
it was just madness, and then just one day the bottom fell out and it all went away. And I mean, they still exist actually.
Uh,
CryptoKitties still exist from what I understand, but not
Aren't they just mostly NFTs now, like, essentially?
I mean, that's what it is. It's NFT like gaming, but it really didn't have much of a game.
Yeah,
It,
but
yeah,
people buy them for the NFTs essentially right now.
yeah,
I think.
that was like the first major NFT to exist.
Hmm.
That was a first mover, and it collapsed like hard. So in Axie Affinity, I would just say that they chose they chose the chain with the money. Is Pig snoring?
Yeah,
They
sometimes he
chose the
does
chain with
that.
the money. That's what happened. Um,
Yeah, but well, I think there's timing too. Like some
yeah,
maybe you were talking about that. Like maybe they were too early. But like if you are the first mover at the right time, then I think that you're going to get a lot of traction.
yeah,
Also, like Splinterlands being on Hive. Obviously I like Hive and I prefer Hive over any other chain. But they don't like they're not the biggest chain, so it's kind of it's one of those things that's hard to break into there until unless just people know about it and more people are aware.
yeah. No, I mean
It's
that's the problem with Hive is like everybody's like, what is that? I don't know though, man. It's like Steam and then Hive has fucking spoiled me where using any other chain is painful.
Yeah,
It's so fucking painful. And I especially ETH. But I mean even like Litecoin, I'm sitting there like waiting for a few minutes for my transaction to confirm and like it's like, "Oh man, did I do it right? Is this happening?" And then, you
yeah,
know,
like or like Bitcoin, it could be like 10 minutes to for the transaction process or whatever. Like,
yeah, I mean, eh, so Hive has fucking spoiled me to where like when I use other chains,
it's
it's
like
just
send Hive is literally send transaction and like you immediately see the record on the chain and you see that it got sent immediately.
yeah, yeah.
It's crazy.
It's really not like yeah, like now. I
The
mean,
core
even
devs the core devs of Hive are like they killed it.
yeah, and I don't know. We got a new hard fork coming up pretty soon, I think.
Another hard fork? Like I know so I think I've had it explained to me before, but what are there any big changes in the hard fork or
Well, that's what a hard like. So a soft fork is like small changes, and
yeah.
it doesn't require consensus. A hard fork requires consensus, and that's why it's called a hard fork. Um,
Yeah.
and a hard fork basically means that the code forks, but usually like when it's like an update to the code,
Mhm.
uh, everybody like just moves along to the new code,
Mhm.
and then
Like there's no problem. I guess as long as there's no like changes that people can't have a consensus on, then people are just gonna like, accept the new fork and go along. And I guess that's where like Steam and split from Hive, where we were like, hey,
Yep.
we don't like Justin Sun, like go screw off. Uh,
Yeah, we did a
and
hard
he's
fork then.
apparently he's gonna buy. Did you see that bastard is gonna buy crypto firms? Like some of these failing crypto firms. He's gonna pledge 5 billion to buy some of these failing crypto firms. What a bastard!
I don't. He says shit like that all the time. Sometimes he does it. Sometimes he doesn't. But he's always about fucking. He's always
Yeah.
doing that shit. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, I was gonna tell you. So like that Splinterlands TV,
Mhm.
we got devs and stuff. Like I got like, dude, MSP Waves. I built on a shoestring budget, like very very slowly. Like
Mhm.
if you ever worked in like with a developer, like there's three different things. You can either get it quick, you
Yeah,
can get it
quick. Yeah,
cheap,
like cheap, yeah, or you
or
can
and quality.
quality, yeah,
Yeah, so if you want it quick and cheap, the quality is going to suffer. If you
yeah,
want quality and cheap, it's going to take forever.
yeah,
And so it's taken forever. Like that's
yeah,
you can like you got three things. Pick two. You can
yeah.
never have all three. Um, and yeah, so I've
But
got
I think it's came along well. MSP Wave just came along well though.
it really has. I gotta say though, like Powell is kind of dying, so the audience here is just it's just slowly been dwindling. And then every single hive dip, it gets worse. Every time the
Yeah,
market crashes, the fucking audience just kind of disappears. And then if we get a fucking another boom, like they start showing up again, but never the same amount as they did before. Um, I don't know. Like, one of our problems is we don't really advertise well enough. We don't really, but I was kind of hoping with all the different people doing their own shows, they start spreading the word of mouth and all that kind of stuff. But that really didn't work out too well
I think
either.
it's different with I think it's hard to for like it so like if you had someone that already had an established backing to go ahead and say, "Hey, I back Hive and I back this," uh, and that's why like I know I noticed you comment on that thing that from the MSP, or I assume you were using the MSP
Oh,
Waves
that's
account
me.
to comment.
Yeah.
So yeah, that thing that I was yeah, I forgot about that Hive already has that baked in, and I was just trying to see like what chain they were gonna use, and then yeah, if they could use if someone could do something like that and say like, okay, well, I should just use Hive, then that would be great. But until those kind of big projects happen or big names get behind something like that, it's really hard to market for like I can scream to the rooftops like Hive is awesome. You guys should use it. But if no one's around to hear it, it's like that saying, like
Yeah.
if the tree falls in the forest, no one's around to hear it. What did it make sound? Well, I guess not. I guess it didn't make a sound because nobody cared.
Right. Um, yeah. So, I mean, this is just the kind of stuff that we've got to contend with. And I don't know. It's 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 tough, man. It's tough.
But
I don't have
I
the
think regardless, like Hive is well positioned. Like as long as I think the
well,
good thing
slow and steady
is that
growth, man.
it's yeah.
Slow and steady growth. That's what we got going on, and I mean, that's what it takes.
Yeah, but I'll think like if like this guy saying about the Patreon alternative. Okay, if we had a Patreon alternative and we could tell, like I could tell, the only problem is that some people get especially people who are not crypto focused, they get really antsy if they see that it's tied to crypto. Like okay, well okay, let's take that premise. Okay, it doesn't have to be crypto. Like if you can have it be on because I imagine there's got to be some way, and I know Splinterland seems to do something like that where you can buy stuff without having to necessarily just or you can't just pay without having to directly uh be in chain. You could store the transaction on chain, I guess, but you wouldn't have to necessarily process all payment on chain if that makes sense. So like if I wanted to do a recurring payment to someone or something like that, and I don't necessarily have to have all the payments be on chain, or I don't know how that would work. I'm trying to think because there's got to be some normie bait because normies aren't gonna wanna they're gonna want to use a credit card or
Well, no, so
whatever. If
this is like bypassing the norm, or this is like anything crypto is going to be. Yeah, actually, you're going to need a gateway for the normies, but as far as it goes, you're still going to have to use crypto to use these Web3 protected things, right? Um,
yeah,
and like that's the whole purpose. So I mean, no matter what, like it's going to have the early adopter phase of people who are taking a risk, going a little bit outside their comfort zone to use the new technology that affords them this specific benefit that the others can't offer. Um,
yeah.
if you have that, then but like I don't know, which I don't know. Like honestly, from what I've heard, and I've heard I talked to a lot of developers, like especially like doing this MSP Wave stuff, and then other projects I'm involved in. Um, Hive is about the easiest chain to develop for too. Like
Well,
it's
and see, I've been wanting to make something with it, but I don't know what I would want to make. Like I want to make something on chain, and I could do something like this. But it's just how like I didn't know what the how it would be to develop for it. What am I getting into with as far as that goes, and what am I gonna make that's gonna actually attract people to Hive? For instance, like the guy who made the sort of donation link thing, Hive Live. Um,
yeah,
I was chatting.
Babuka or whatever.
Yeah, I was chatting with him in DM. So I was like, yeah, this is great. If I wonder if you can add the recurring payments to that kind of thing, and that would be because honestly, then I could just point him to that, like, hey, this has recurring payment too. Like you can do that.
No, I
But
mean you can do that
the
right from Keychain. So like whenever if I want
really.
to send you, if I want to send like I just click my Keychain button on my browser extension,
Mhm.
and then I can like
Oh, well,
select.
I saw it, like, in Peaked too. Like, in Peaked, you
Yeah,
can do it
yeah, you
from the
can do it from like
interface.
several interfaces.
Mhm.
But the thing is like for like a Patreon thing, like you would need to query the blockchain to see if that recurring
Mhm.
payment is active. If it is, then you are a subscriber to this, and you get to see their locked features, right? You get to see
Yeah.
like that's how you would use that. Um, but anyway, I don't know, man. I need to get off here. It was good
Mm.
talking to you.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
It's always fun
likewise.
talking to you.
Yeah, and,
Um,
take it easy, and, I'll probably gonna go play some games somewhere.
awesome. Go kick some ass. I'll talk to you later.
Alright, man, see you.